Chapter 2594. Federation Rankings. Hearing the notification from the devouring system, Yi Xian finally realized that the so-called interstellar mercenary status was actually tied to his Federation status. There was no physical token, which made things much more convenient. As for the points function of the virtual soldier ownership token, he hadn't paid much attention to it before. Now that he heard about it, his interest was piqued and he quickly checked the system in his body. The so-called Federation points referred to the contribution points made by the citizens of the Wan Luo Federation to the Federation. It existed for life and could be accumulated. Currently, Yi Xian's Federation points were 0, 0. These were two numbers. The 0 in front was the official point value. It would continue to accumulate and wouldn't clear out. The 0 in the brackets was the value that had already been exchanged. It would accumulate as the points were used. For example, if the value was 1,200, then it meant that you had contributed a total of 1,000 contribution points to the Myriad Luo Federation. However, of these 1,000 contribution points, 200 points had already been used up by you. That's right, these contribution points could be used to exchange for items in all the Federation's planets and cities. Every planet's Federation Affairs office had a special department. It was said that even some heaven-defying materials, treasures, techniques, bloodlines, and the like could be exchanged. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough Federation points. This Federation point system wasn't unique to the human race's interstellar mercenaries. Instead, all citizens of the Wan Luo Federation could go to a special window to activate this Federation contribution point system. In addition to the human race, the Wan Luo Federation also had a large number of other races in the universe. This Federation contribution point system was universal. In other words, as long as you had enough points, you could use it whether you were in the human race's territory or the territory of other races in the universe. As long as the other party belonged to the Wan Luo Federation. Of course, in order to activate this Federation contribution point system, you first had to have enough strength. First Order Star Core was the minimum requirement. Whether it was the human race or the other races in the universe, many citizens didn't have this strength and didn't qualify. That was because the source of this point system was limited to the enemies of the Myriad Luo Federation, in other words, the first Cosmos Heavenly Legacy race. Only when you exterminated a member of the Heaven's Legacy race or their subordinate race, or when you obtained special materials or minerals that were extremely important to the battle between the Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race, would the system automatically give you points. Of course, each method had a different standard of scoring. If you killed an official member of the Heaven's Legacy race, you might get 100 federal contribution points, but if you killed an existence of a slave race that was a vassal of the Heaven's Legacy race, you might only get 10 or 1 points. Similarly, if you only obtained a piece of special ore and handed it over to the Federation Affairs office, the contribution points awarded could be as high as 1,000 or even 10,000 points. Since there was a Federation contribution point system, there would naturally be a contribution point ranking. This virtual Federation contribution point ranking could be found on any terminal of the Myriad Luo Federation's member races. Yi Xian checked it out and was immediately shocked. This Federation contribution point ranking was divided into 3 categories: the Sky ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Human ranking. The Sky ranking was based on the 1st to 100th place with the highest contribution points. The Earth ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. The Human ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. It was needless to say how many people there were in the second cosmos, but there were also other races in the other cosmos. This base number was simply unbelievable. However, the Sky, Earth, and Human rankings only had a total of 10,000 people. These 10,000 people had not changed much in the past several hundred years. Those who could make it to the Sky ranking were the most elite members of the Federation. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for the latecomers to replace them. Yi Xian looked at the last few people on the Human ranking. All of them had more than 100,000 contribution points, and their cultivation levels were all above the black hole realm. As for the 900 people on the Earth ranking, their cultivation levels were all question marks. As for the 100 people on the Sky ranking, their cultivation levels were also all question marks. This was obviously a deliberate cover-up. In the starry sky environment, the cultivation levels were very different. Many people could not see through all the cultivation levels. However, Yi Xian, thanks to the devouring system in his body, was able to see through all this even though he was the weakest core realm. However, even if it was the devouring system in terms of starry sky level cultivation, Yi Xian was still the first few that had been unsealed. They were core realm, meteor, satellite, planet, star, nebula, galaxy, and black hole. It was said that these were only the top 8 out of the 15 normal starry sky realms. After the 15 normal starry sky realms, it was said that there were some advanced starry sky realms who could really be considered strong in the starry sky. However, Yi Xian knew nothing about this at the moment. At this moment, he was the weakest first-order core star state expert among the 8 known star state experts. The weakest star state experts on the ranking list of young masters were all in the black hole state. It was safe to say that he was still a long way away from reaching the ranking list. Of course, the criteria for getting on the Federation contribution list was only based on the number of contribution points the Federation had. It had nothing to do with one's strength. However, if one wanted to obtain a large number of contribution points, would it be possible without a corresponding strength? Even Yi Xian had not thought about this. Neither had the AI robot who registered him as an interstellar mercenary. She definitely did not realize that not long after, the first Federation powerhouse to get on the human ranking list with a cultivation level below the black hole realm had already been born in her hands. This interstellar mercenary's serial number was easy to remember. The 13148080. After taking care of the 2 urgent matters at hand, Yi Xian did not stay on the Sky River planet any longer. He immediately returned to the vast void outside the Sky River planet's atmosphere through the Star Docks portal. The devouring system in his body had automatically downloaded a star map of the graveyard star field. Although the Sky River planet was located in the graveyard star field, it was at the outermost edge. If he wanted to explore this star field and obtain materials from the dire beasts and various useful minerals, he would have to go deeper. Yi Xian took out the flying star shuttle and immediately rushed into the boundless gray void in front of him. A whole month passed by quickly. At first, the flying star shuttle could occasionally see a few battleships passing by in the void. However, in the past 10 days or so, he had not seen any life forms. Not to mention battleships. He had not even seen a single dire beast, which was said to be the most common in this vast and boundless graveyard star field. Just as Yi Xian was speechless, the system's notification finally sounded again. Chapter 2595. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What a double loss. Bloodline. Elementary. Value. Rare. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was overjoyed. The elementary bloodline meant that this ferocious beast was most likely still in its infancy. If Yi Xian could capture it and use the devouring system to devour it, the bloodline he would obtain would be extremely complete. Value. Rare meant that this ferocious beast's bloodline was the type that could continue to grow. The 2 words rare were enough to show how rare this ferocious beast was. Of course, what surprised Yi Xian even more was that this ferocious beast was actually the Star Devourer, or Star Beast for short. In the vast universe, there were thousands of races. Many of them weren't even fleshly life forms. For example, Yi Xian had learned from the devouring system that there was a mineral life form whose true form was actually a mysterious crystal. However, even this fleshly crystal life form was actually a member of the Myriad Federation. On the contrary, many of the ferocious beasts in the universe with flesh and blood were excluded from the Federation. No matter how strong they were just prey. The most fundamental reason for this was intelligence. The only standard to distinguish and measure the ferocious beasts in the universe was intelligence. Even a crystal life form could be considered a higher life form as long as its intelligence was developed to a certain standard. However, the ferocious beasts, no matter how strong they were, had limited intelligence and could only be hunted down by higher life forms. In the vast universe, there were countless types of ferocious beasts with incomplete intelligence. The Star Devourer was one of the more precious ferocious beasts, especially in the domain of the buried meteorites. To put it bluntly, the domain of the buried meteorites was a huge black hole that was forming in the universe. A large number of stars were being pulled into this special star field that was heading toward destruction. Furthermore, even a star that was emitting light and heat would be affected by the general trend of this vast star field after it was pulled into the domain of the buried meteorites. It would rapidly dim and begin to die. This kind of star wasn't like the stars in the outer space. They didn't have the terrifying light and heat that people couldn't get close to. However, they weren't really dead stars. Because they were affected by the general situation of this star area, they dimmed quickly in a short time. Deep inside their cores, there was still a large amount of star core origin. Therefore, it would have great value. Moreover, it would be very convenient and fast to excavate this value. There were many such stars in the domain of the buried domain. That was why this wondrous domain had attracted so many powerful experts from the Federation. Even powerful experts from the heavenly fortune race's subordinate races would secretly come to this place, along with powerful experts from the heavenly fortune race's subordinate races. However, most of the stars in the domain of the buried falling were dead stars whose cores had already been drained of the origin of star. These dead stars were the same as the other valuable stars. If one didn't go deep into the core of the star, they wouldn't know how much star core essence was left in the star core, or rather, whether it still existed. However, if he were to attempt to enter the depths of the core of every star he encountered, it would be extremely tiring. However, the Star Devourer's bloodlines could solve this problem. The reason why the Space Devourer beasts were called star beasts was because they fed on the star core origin of stars throughout their lives. Every Space Devourer beast had to consume a large amount of star core origin in order to evolve their bloodline and grow their bodies. Therefore, they were very sensitive to the aura of star core essence. Like sharks in the sea, they were especially sensitive to the smell of blood. It was safe to say that if he could raise a star beast or possess a star beast's bloodline, he would have a much easier time searching for the origin of star cores in the domain of the graveyard of the domain of the falling stars. It was definitely more efficient than getting twice the result with half the effort. Star core essence had many uses and was very valuable. For ordinary experts of the Federation, they could either trade it for other items or absorb its energy. Then, they could return the star core essence that had been drained of its energy to the Myriad Federation so that they could polish it into standard forms and use it as the Federation's currency. Yi Xian was currently at the star core state. When he was at the star core state, devouring star core essence was the most helpful for improving his cultivation base. The speed at which he improved his cultivation base was the fastest, much faster than any other kind of energy. In other words, what Yi Xian needed the most right now was star core essence, and this Star Devourer was obviously a large amount of star core essence right in front of him. Star Devourers were very rare to begin with, and a young one was even rarer. This time, Yi Xian couldn't miss it no matter what. Lock on. Hunt immediately. Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately replied. Soon, a red dot appeared on the system's star chart. It wasn't very far from Yi Xian's current position, and the system couldn't detect it even if it was too far away. With a specific direction, Yi Xian immediately activated the Flying Star Shuttle and rushed over as fast as he could. This kind of Star Devourer was something that could only be encountered by chance. It could only be said that he was lucky to have encountered it. Just in case, he had to hunt it as soon as possible. Fortunately, it was only a young beast, so it shouldn't be very strong. Yi Xian used the system's devouring hand, so his chances of successfully hunting it were still very high. If it really didn't work, he still had the devouring hand, but his chances of success were slightly lower. If the devouring hand couldn't capture it, it meant that the beast was obviously very strong. Even if he tried to forcibly devour it, it would be a little difficult. Soon, a green ferocious beast about 10 feet in size appeared in front of him. Its aura was very restrained, and it was floating in the void of the galaxy. In front of it was a small pile of red crystals. Star core essence? Seeing this pile of red crystals, Yi Xian's pupils shrank, and his heart trembled. The currency of the Wan Luo Federation, star coins, was made from the remaining crystals of star core essence that had been depleted of energy. They were divided into 7 colors: white, orange, cyan, green, red, blue, and purple. The star coins made from red star core essence were also red in color. One star core essence was equivalent to 10,000 white coins. The volume of a star coin was only the size of a thumb, but the small pile of red star core essence in front of him, even if the consumption during the polishing process was taken into account, could be made into at least 10,000 red star coins. This was 100 million white coins, the same value as 10 black coins, or 1 9-colored coin. But this was not the most important thing. What was more important was that this pile of red star core essence clearly still contained the energy of the star core essence. Otherwise, this star devourer wouldn't have taken an interest in it and carefully approached it step by step. Bait. This word flashed in Yi Xian's mind, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Who was so generous that they didn't hesitate to use so many red star core essences to lure this star devourer beast. Encountering Yi Xian, this was clearly a situation where they were about to lose the bait after the bait. Chapter 2596. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Escape. Devouring Hand. Amidst his shock, Yi Xian's heart wildly jumped. However, he didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly activated the devouring hand and swallowed the starry sky devouring beast and the small pile of red star cores into his body. Then, he turned around and fled without looking back. No matter how far away the astral devouring beast was, its attention would definitely be on him. The moment Yi Xian made his move, the other party would know. He had to escape immediately. What? Someone in the Wan Luo Federation dares to steal from me? This is outrageous. Almost at the same time Yi Xian made his move, a young man in a warship exclaimed in disbelief. Then, in the empty void in the distance, a small warship slowly appeared. Although the size of this warship was not large, about the same as Yi Xian's flying star shuttle, its grade was obviously much higher. This could be seen from the fact that the warship's hull had a concealment array. In the Star Age, the technological civilization and the cultivation civilization were neck and neck. Most of the time, there was no distinction between them. Even warships were the same. This kind of top-notch product of the technological civilization had long applied the arrays of the cultivation civilization. The arrays engraved on the inside and outside of the warship were generally used in 3 ways: attack, defense, or speed. Although it wasn't that there weren't any warships that were specially branded with such concealment arrays, they were generally important warships of the Federation. There was only one explanation for a private warship to be branded with such an array: too many star coins. Obviously, the young man who owned this small battleship must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words earlier, and he wouldn't have casually tossed out a pile of red-grade star core origins to capture a young star devourer. But now, all of this had been taken advantage of by Yi Xian. In fact, before he made his move, Yi Xian had already foreseen the consequences. But even so, even if he had to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. Cultivation was originally a struggle against the heavens. There weren't many chances for a pie to fall from the sky. If he didn't properly grasp it, even Yi Xian himself would feel that he was a failure. No matter who you are, this young master will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You won't be able to escape. When he heard the angry roar behind him, Yi Xian subconsciously turned around to take a look. Only then did he discover that, in the empty void, a battleship had appeared out of nowhere. The oval-shaped light shield on the surface of the battleship was actually flashing with the light of array patterns. This was clearly a high-grade battleship engraved with array patterns. Even the flying star shuttle that the devouring system gave to Yi Xian as a gift did not have any runes on it. However, the flying star shuttle's unique feature was its speed. Although it could not be compared with higher-grade warships, there were very few warships of the same grade that could surpass it in terms of speed. After all, he had just entered the starry sky. In order to protect the host, the devouring system would not be stingy with escaping items. Damn it! You can't get away. Seeing that Yi Xian had summoned the flying star shuttle and dashed into the depths of the graveyard in a streak of brightness, the young man in the small battleship behind him gnashed his teeth in fury. His face twisted hideously. He boosted the battleship with all his strength and chased after him. He had a lot of battleships. He even had the strategic-level giant starships. He also had several battleships of each type that had been engraved with arrays in terms of speed, defense, attack, and so on. As it happened, in order to capture the Space Devourer, the only battleship he had brought with him was the Hidden Dust warship that had been specially enhanced with a top-level concealment array. Even the sensitive senses of the ferocious beasts could not detect the slightest trace of the Hidden Dust warship. The small, inconspicuous battleship of the young man, on the other hand, was as fast as his Hidden Dust warship that had been engraved with arrays despite its old-fashioned appearance. As the two of them were chasing each other, the distance between them could not be shortened at all. The situation infuriated the young man in the Hidden Dust warship. He roared from time to time, and the killing intent in his heart had reached its peak. The two battleships, one in front and one behind, soon rushed into the depths of the graveyard and went deeper and deeper. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first 2 days were fine. The distance between the two battleships barely changed. But on the third day, Yi Xian clearly noticed that the battleship behind him was getting closer and closer. The enemy had used some unknown method to significantly increase the speed of his battleship. If this continued, the flying star shuttle would be caught within 3 days at most. Yi Xian's strength was currently at the first level of the Star Core realm. In the Starry Sky realm, he belonged to the lowest level. He didn't think that the guy chasing after him was the same as him, belonging to the lowest level of cultivation. In other words, once the enemy caught up with him, Yi Xian would be faced with a real life-or-death crisis. Faster, faster. Under the threat of life and death, Yi Xian could be said to be extremely nervous. He even started to mutter to himself. He was urging the devouring system in his body to hurry up. From the moment the devourer of stars was hunted down, the devouring system in Yi Xian's body had started to extract and devour the beast's bloodline. This process was obviously very long. 3 days had passed, and it was still not over. This process consumed the system's energy, so Yi Xian could not spare time to absorb the small pile of red-level core energies. That was why he was so anxious. Since it seemed that he could not escape, the most important thing for Yi Xian now was to improve his strength as much as possible. Even if it was only from the first level to the second level of the Star Core, for him, Yi Xian's chances of survival would greatly increase in the upcoming battle with the pursuers from the battleship behind him. Just as Yi Xian was feeling anxious, the devouring system in his body finally completed the purification of the bloodline of the infant devourer of stars. Yi Xian heard the familiar system prompt in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the precious grade devourer of stars bloodline. Do you wish to absorb it? Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately responded, Absorb it immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the precious grade devourer of stars bloodline. Grade Primary. This bloodline belongs to the growth type bloodline. Evolution requirement. Devour the bloodline of the same kind of devourer of stars and continuously purify the bloodline to increase its grade. Bloodline specialty. Extremely sensitive to the aura of core energies. Within a certain range, it can sense the aura of all core energies. Sensing range increases with the bloodline grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the fusion of the precious grade devourer of stars bloodline. Chapter 2597. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Terrifying Star Beast Bloodline. It was obvious that the red star core origin that the system had sensed was actually the small pile of star core origin that Yi Xian had absorbed when he had absorbed the Star Devourer Star Beast. Star core origin was the main source of energy used to increase one's strength after breaking through to the Starry Sky grade. However, the effect might not be as good later on. If one wanted to advance, they would need better things. However, for Yi Xian, who was at the lowest level of the Star Core grade, the effect of the Star Core origin was definitely the best. If there really was something good, given his current strength, he would definitely be able to devour it because of the devouring system. However, the efficiency of the absorption and utilization would obviously be greatly reduced. This reduction did not refer to the effect, but to the speed at which it would take effect. However, for Yi Xian, who was currently in danger, advancing immediately was exactly what he needed. the faster the better. The battleship behind them was getting closer and closer. Therefore, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately issued an order to the system. Absorb now, full speed. Ding. Red Star Core origin discovered. Absorbing now. Progress 1. Progress 30. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Realm level increased. Current realm. Level 2 Star Core grade. Absorbing Red Star Core origin. Progress 50. Progress 70. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Realm level increased. Current realm. Level 3 Star Core grade. Ding. Absorption of Red Star Core origin completed. As the notification of the devouring system rang in his mind, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. Although he had been certain that this small pile of Red Star Core origin would be able to successfully advance his realm, even Yi Xian had not expected that this small pile of Red Star Core origin would contain so much energy that it would allow him to advance his realm level twice in a row. In just a short span of 10 breaths, his cultivation had advanced from level 1 Star Core grade to level 3 Star Core grade. Although he'd only just entered the 3rd level of the Star Core, the incomparably powerful feeling that Yi Xian had captured from within his body caused him to suddenly feel as if he'd been reborn. It was simply too wonderful. To cultivators, the advancement of their cultivation, even if it was just a small advancement, was like entering a whole new world. Moreover, the refreshing feeling of making successive breakthroughs in a short period of 10 breaths and advancing 2 small levels in one go was something that couldn't be described with words unless one experienced it personally. It could be said that the current Yi Xian felt like a completely new person. His self-confidence was firmer than ever. However, this was only the beginning. The real surprise was still to come. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing over the successive breakthroughs in his cultivation, the notification from the devouring system that had just stopped ringing in his mind suddenly rang out once more. Ding! Space Devouring Beast Bloodline activated. The bloodlines are fusing. Congratulations to the host for perfectly integrating the Starry Sky Devouring Beast bloodline. Ding! Bloodline talent activated. He had caught the aura of the Star Core origin. Position. Front right. Grade. Cyan. Medium. Quantity. Federation's measurement method. 1 square meter. Ding! Captured the aura of the Star Core origin. Position. Straight ahead. Grade. Orange. High. Quantity. Federation's measurement method. 2. 5 square meters. Ding! Captured the aura of the Star Core origin. Position. Front left. Grade. Green low. Quantity. Federation's measurement method. 0. 3 square meters. Ding! Captured the aura of the Star Core origin. After the bloodline of the Star-Devouring Beast was extracted by the devouring system and successfully integrated into Yi Xian's body, the devouring system automatically activated the bloodline talent of the Star Core origin that Yi Xian had just fused with. It immediately captured a large amount of aura of the Star Core origin from the vast expanse of space around them. Following that, the monotonous and mechanical notification continuously rang out in Yi Xian's mind. All of this happened so suddenly that Yi Xian was caught off guard. It was as if he had fallen into a dream. As far as the eye could see, he could see a large number of stars through the porthole of the Flying Star Shuttle. These stars were of various sizes, but without exception, they were all dim and lifeless. Even if one used their divine sense to explore and sweep through them, they would not be able to detect any difference between them. It was obvious that some of these stars still had some Star Core origins in their inner star cores. However, most of the Star Core origin in the center of these stars had already been depleted. The only way for ordinary cultivators to collect this kind of Star Core origin was to break through the surface of these stars and go all the way to the center of the star. At that time, they would either obtain some Star Core origin that still contained energy or a small pile of depleted Star Core origin that could only be recycled to the Wanluo Federation and turned into raw materials for the Federation's standard star coins. If the Star Core origin crystals were above the red level, they would still be of some value. However, if the Star Core origin crystals were below the red level, their value would not be enough to make up for the energy required to go from the surface of the star to the center of the star. It was simply not enough to make ends meet. But now, Yi Xian didn't need to get close to these stars at all. Within a certain range, he only needed to activate the bloodline of the universe devourer that he had just fused with. The effect was as if he had activated an ultimate detection radar that specifically targeted the star core origin. Not only could he instantly determine whether the star core origin still contained energy in the center of a star, but he could also determine the quality and quantity of the star core origin. In this case, Yi Xian could choose to excavate the star core origin based on the data he had obtained. He could give up on the star core origin crystals that were too few in quantity or quality. He would only choose the star cores that were of high quality and abundant. In this sense, the bloodline talent of the universe devourer, which was its sensitive detection ability for the star core origin crystals, was simply terrifying. With this bloodline, Yi Xian could obtain as many star core origins as he wanted. With this bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation level would undoubtedly soar like a rocket, of course. All of this was based on the premise that Yi Xian could successfully shake off the tail that had been following him closely for the past 3 days. Or rather, he could directly kill the tail. Otherwise, even if he was pleasantly surprised to find a star with a large amount of purple star core origin crystals, he could only sigh helplessly. He would not be able to obtain the star core origin crystals even if he wanted to. When he realized this, a murderous glint flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. After gritting his teeth, he immediately stopped the flying star shuttle. Chapter 2598. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin forceful devour. As the flying star shuttle came to a stop, Yi Xian stepped out of the battleship and put the shuttle away with a wave of his hand. At this moment, he was standing in the void of the Milky Way without any concealment. He was expressionless as he faced the small battleship that was chasing after him at high speed. Seeing that Yi Xian did not intend to run anymore, the small battleship behind him slowed down. Then, with a flash of light, an elegant man in a moon-white robe appeared in the void of the Milky Way. However, in order to prevent any tricks, this person did not put away the small battleship that was enchanted with a concealment formation. This person had a red face and white teeth. His appearance seemed to be quite extraordinary, but the light in his eyes was obviously a little erratic. Coupled with his pale complexion, there was a hint of sickness. With a single glance, it was obvious that his body had been hollowed out by wine and women. Because of this, his cultivation was not very high. He was only at the 4th order core realm, which was the same as Yi Xian, but 1 order higher. Judging from the fact that this person was able to own such a small warship that was engraved with a concealment formation and a small pile of red-level star core origins, this kind of extravagance indicated that his identity and origin were obviously extraordinary. Perhaps it was because of this reason that, with his identity as a young master, he naturally had no interest in cultivation. Being able to reach the 4th order core realm at such a young age was probably due to the accumulation of all kinds of treasures. Although the opponent's cultivation was 1 order higher, Yi Xian secretly sighed in relief after seeing this. It was only 1 order higher. How could a flower in a greenhouse like this fill the gap between him and Yi Xian, an expert who had grown up killing all the way? If the opponent was 1 order higher, Yi Xian would probably turn around and run for his life. However, it was only 1 order higher than him. It was really negligible. Unfortunately, the opponent obviously did not have this kind of awareness. At this moment, after his figure appeared, he briefly checked Yi Xian's cultivation aura. A disdainful sneer appeared on his pale face. No wonder you suddenly stopped without fear. It turns out that you hid your cultivation. Unfortunately, you are only at the 3rd order core realm. You will still die if you encounter this young master. Speaking of this, the white-robed man's face suddenly sank. He scolded sternly. You are really the first person in the Wan Luo Federation who dares to steal from this young master. Seeing that you are courageous in seeking death, hand over the devouring space beast and this young master will give you a complete corpse. In other words, what the opponent was clearly only devouring star was devouring realm core. As for the small pile of red order core origin, he did not even mention it. Was Wei. Obviously, he did not care. Sure enough, he was rich. Yi Xian secretly sighed, then spread out his hands, his face full of helplessness. To be honest, that devouring star has been used up by me, including that pile of red order core origin. If I want to return it, I will definitely not be able to. What? Used it? You didn't treat it as meat, did you? Damn it. Do you know how precious a young space-devouring beast is? This young master searched half of the Wan Luo Federation and only accidentally found one. After following it for 2 whole years, you actually treated it as meat? The white-robed man was furious, his eyes bursting with killing intent. After roaring a few words, he immediately reacted, "No! That pile of red order core origin contains a huge amount of energy. Even this young master can't absorb it all in a short period of time. How can you do it in just 3 days? You are lying. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, I really can't return it. Also, I didn't know that they had an owner. At most, I will return it to you in the future." Yi Xian's face once again showed a helpless expression. He frowned slightly, showing a hint of impatience. "You dare to trick me?" The white-robed man was furious and suddenly roared, "You are courting death. Meteor sword. Slash. Show." A red brilliance flashed. As the white-robed man roared, the red brilliance expanded in the wind, instantly turning into a wide broadsword the size of a door. With a strong pressure, it was as fast as a meteor, slashing toward Yi Xian. The latter's eyelids twitched wildly. This white-robed man's attack was indeed extraordinary. The red broadsword's level was obviously not low. With Yi Xian's current core origin cultivation, there was no way he could defend against it. It was impossible for him to even turn around and escape. No matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than this red broadsword that was not low level. Danger instantly descended. For Yi Xian, the only solution now was Devouring Hand. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the Devouring System's Devouring Hand skill. In an instant, a huge phantom palm appeared and grabbed at the red broadsword that was slashing toward him. Rip! In the next instant, a slight sound like silk being torn was heard. The phantom palm was actually split open by the red broadsword. Its momentum was unstoppable, and it was still whistling toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression froze. As expected, its level was not low. It was beyond the range of the Devouring Hand. If that was the case, he could only try by force. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian quickly said in his mind, "Devouring System. Forcibly collect. Show." The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The phantom palm that was split open by the red broadsword spun around. The originally split palm closed as it spun, and it seemed to become more solid. Then, it reached out and grabbed at the red broadsword as if it was taking something out of a bag. It wrapped around the red broadsword and entered Yi Xian's body. After a forceful attempt, Yi Xian finally succeeded. However, the price that Yi Xian paid was not small. He felt that the devouring system in his body was being consumed. "What? You actually took this young master's meteor sword? What kind of method is this?" The white-robed man was shocked. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. As he spoke, he suddenly gritted his teeth and raised his hand again. "You took this young master's magic weapon. So this young master will take you, demon refining pot. Take." Rumble. The sound of rolling thunder suddenly erupted without any warning. With a wave of the white-robed man's hand, a green light shot out from his palm and turned into a simple and unadorned long-mouthed flat pot. It seemed to be filled with endless thunder. The rumbling sound came from this long-mouthed flat pot. A heart-palpitating pressure spread out, instantly enveloping a large area of the Star River Void. The level of this magic weapon was actually higher than the red broadsword from before. As soon as it appeared, it gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. It was also at this time that the white-robed man's sneer came again. "This pot is called demon refining, can absorb all things in the world. Even if one's cultivation is high enough, it can also absorb stars. Although this young master has not refined it yet, it is easy for this young master to take a little ant like you." Not refined yet? Chapter 2599. Translator. Transan Editor. Transine huge gain. Since it had not been refined, it was equivalent to an item without an owner. No matter how high the grade of the devil refining pot was, it would be easier for the devouring hand to collect it than the red broadsword. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and roared, "Devouring hand! Heavenly star sword! Slash!" The huge illusory palm shadow appeared again. This time, Yi Xian did not activate the forcible collection ability, but he still easily collected the devil refining pot. The powerful pressure in the galaxy was instantly gone, and even the rumbling of thunder completely disappeared. In addition, the huge illusory palm shadow, under the control of Yi Xian, took the opportunity to grab the small warship that had not been collected by the white-robed man. When it was successfully collected, the heavenly star sword that was shot out turned into a ray of light. After circling one round, it suddenly slashed at the back of the white-robed man's neck. "What? This is impossible." The white-robed man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was full of shock. In the end, he stomped his feet and roared in the air. "You are definitely not a third-order planetary core warrior. Damn it, you actually concealed your cultivation. Liar. Bandit. Give me back my devouring beast. Give me back my meteor sword. Give me back my devil refining pot. Heavens, and this young master's dust concealment warship, you damn bandit." He did not know, but after calculating, the white-robed man realized that he had unknowingly been robbed of many good things by the other party. With his status in the Wan Luo Federation, especially in the human race, he had always been the one who took a fancy to other people's things. Then, he would either forcibly take them or scheme to extort them. When had he ever been robbed like this? Monstrous anger surged in his heart. At this moment, the white-robed man went berserk. He completely ignored the heavenly star sword that was slashing at his neck. It was as if he did not feel it at all. It was naturally impossible that he did not feel it. The reason why he did not pay attention to it was because his entire mind was shrouded by a monstrous anger. He did not have time to care about anything else. On the other hand, it was because the aura and power of the heavenly star sword that he felt could not shake him at all. There was no need to pay attention to it at all. With his status, he naturally had no lack of powerful defensive treasures. The white-robed man wasn't alone in his search for the Star Devourer in the domain of the buried meteorite. He had even brought a huge fleet of guards with him. However, he had left the fleet by himself a few months ago. While searching for the Star Devourer, he had accidentally discovered the Star Devourer that he had been tracking for 2 years. Fearing that the Star Devourer would escape, he decided to track it down alone. However, even though he came in a hurry and did not bring many treasures with him, there were a few defensive treasures that he never left his body. As the heavenly star sword slashed down, one of the defensive treasures in the white-robed man's body was automatically activated, releasing a layer of glazed light that completely covered his body. Ding! The heavenly star sword made a crisp sound when it hit the glazed light shield. Not only did it not shake it at all, but the colorful light of the glazed light shield didn't even ripple. Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. With the other party's previous actions, he probably had quite a few defensive treasures on him as well. Now that he had casually activated one of them, he was already at a loss for what to do. From the looks of it, it was impossible to kill this person today. Since there was no hope to kill him and he had gained a lot of benefits, it was time to escape. This man's small battleship had been taken away by Yi Xian with the Devourer's hand. He should not be able to catch up with him. Yi Xian glanced at his opponent coldly and put away the heavenly star sword. Without saying anything, he activated the flying star shuttle and turned around to leave. Liar! Robber! This young master will not let you go. Behind him, the white-robed man's roar of grief and indignation could be faintly heard. However, he didn't take out another battleship to chase after Yi Xian. Obviously, this man didn't have any other small battleships. Facing Yi Xian, who had activated the flying star shuttle and left, he could only sigh. With a flash of light, the flying star shuttle cut through the void and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. This young master will remember your face. I will not let you go. In the Wan Luo Federation, especially in the human race, No one has ever dared to treat me like this. With a touch of madness and coldness in his eyes, the white-robed man turned around and dashed in a certain direction. His guard fleet was not far ahead. Even if he traveled through the void with his physical body, it would take him at most 2 or 3 months to meet up with them. At that time, he would use the power of the entire fleet to search for that robber. Even if he had to turn the entire graveyard domain upside down, he would find that damn robber. One day later, in the depths of the graveyard domain, Yi Xian controlled the flying star shuttle to land on an enormous planet in front of him. He decided to stay here for a while. On the one hand, he wanted to clean up his harvest. On the other hand, when he was approaching this enormous planet, the bloodline talent of the Star Devourer beast had given him a hint that there was not only a considerable amount of red-grade star core origin in the core of this planet. There was even a small amount of blue-grade star core origin that was half a foot long. Putting aside the black and 9-colored star core origin, among the 7 types of star core origin, white, orange, green, red, blue, and violet, the red-grade star core origin was already of the highest quality, and the blue-grade star core origin was only below the violet grade. Even if it was only a small amount of star core origin, Yi Xian wouldn't miss it easily. Not to mention that there was also a large amount of red-grade star core origin that was half a foot long mixed with the small amount of blue-grade star core origin. Anyone would be tempted by such a fortune. After putting away the flying star shuttle, Yi Xian found a large valley on the backside of this enormous planet. After setting up a restrictive formation, he started to clean up his harvest. In addition to the Starry Sky Devourer and a small pile of red-level planetary core origins, he also obtained a small battleship named Hidden Dust, an offensive magic weapon, the Red Broadsword, and the Lianyao flask that could make thunder roar. The pot was named Demon Purification Pot. According to the words of the white-robed man, it must be a space-type magical treasure that contained a certain amount of space. Not only could it be used to store things, but it could also take living things into it and refine them. As for the thunderous noises it made when it was activated, it meant that in addition to the above-mentioned auxiliary functions, it was also a multifunctional magical treasure that could be used to attack. It was really a rare treasure. Right now, Yi Xian's cultivation was limited. If he wanted to survive in this strange domain of the fallen stars, he would have to rely on magical treasures and other external forces. Therefore, he decided to refine all of the treasures he had obtained and turn them into a part of his overall battle prowess as soon as possible. Chapter 2600. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin activating the fusion system. Ding. Congratulations to host. Discovered star core source. Do you wish to collect it? Ding. Congratulations to host. Discovered 9 heavens star essence. Do you wish to activate the fusion system? The star core source was not surprising. That white-robed man could casually throw out a small pile of red-grade star core source to lure the devourer of stars. It would be strange if he did not have other star core source in stock in his concealment warship. But what was this 9 heavens star essence? Could it be that it was also found in the concealment warship? This was not surprising. With the other party's wealth, his status was obviously not ordinary. He was most likely a descendant of one of the core leaders of the human race in the Wanluo Federation. Since that was the case, it was natural for him to have something as good as the 9 heavens star essence that even Yi Xian had never heard of. But this item could actually activate the fusion system of the Devourer system. This was definitely a good item. Although the fusion system had not been activated yet and the system was waiting for Yi Xian's reply, he was not very clear about the specific functions of the system. But just the word fusion was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately ordered the Devourer system to devour the 9 heavens star essence. At the same time, he immediately ordered the fusion system to be activated. As for the star core source that the system had given in the concealment warship, Yi Xian checked it and found that there were not many of them. Moreover, they were all green and green grade 3 or 4 star core source. They were much worse than the grade 5 red grade star core source. It seemed that even the white-robed man did not have many level 5 red planetary core origins, or rather, he did not have many with him. Previously, in order to trap the Starry Sky Devourer, he had taken out all the level 5 red planetary core origins he had. Of course, in the end, it was still Yi Xian who benefited. Ding! Congratulations to host. The fusion system has been activated. Ding! Discovered treasures that can be fused. Flying Star Shuttle and Concealment Warship, Star Sword and Meteor Sword. Do you wish to fuse them? As the Devourer system's prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was completely stunned. Then, a huge sense of surprise quietly rose in his heart. Treasures of the same type could fuse with each other? There was no doubt about it. After all, the system had already given him a specific notification. He now had a total of 4 items that he could fuse with. In other words, these 4 treasures could be fused into 2 items. They were the Flying Star Shuttle, the Concealment Ship, the Heavenly Star Sword, and the Meteor Sword, which was the Red Broadsword. The former belonged to the category of small warships, while the latter belonged to the category of sword-type magical equipment. Previously, Yi Xian had been worried that the white-robed man would not have a chance to use this rare warship that was engraved with a concealment array, given his status and position in the Myriad Luo Federation, especially among the human race. This was because once he took it out, his identity would definitely be exposed. Now that he had the fusion system, this problem was obviously solved. Regardless of whether it was the Flying Star Shuttle and the Concealment Ship, or the Heavenly Star Sword and the Meteor Sword after the fusion, they would not be the same as before. In this way, even if Yi Xian took them out and used them at will, he would not be afraid of being recognized immediately. After some consideration, Yi Xian immediately issued the command to confirm the fusion to the system. He originally thought that after he confirmed the fusion, the Devourer system would quickly and successfully fuse the 2 warships and the 2 sword-type attack magical equipment. Who would have thought that the result would disappoint Yi Xian? Ding! Fusion confirmed. Ding! Discovered green level 3 star core origin. Absorbing. Ding! Discovered green level 4 star core origin. Absorbing. Ding! Warning. Insufficient fusion energy. Please provide more. Yi Xian was suddenly stunned. Then, he checked the 2 small piles of green and green star core origin in the concealment ship. As expected, he found that the energy inside had disappeared. It was obvious that the Devourer system had automatically absorbed it. Now, they were only 2 small piles of green and green star core crystals respectively. At most, they would be recycled to the Hall of Affairs of the Wan Luo Federation in exchange for some standard star coins. In other words, this newly activated fusion system required energy for every fusion. This energy could be from other resources, but the star core origin was also a type that could be used. However, only a small pile of level 3 green and level 4 green star core origin was obviously not enough to support 2 fusions. More energy was needed. Yi Xian immediately thought of the treasure in the depths of the huge planet under his feet. A small pile of level 6 blue star core origin that was half a foot in size. A small pile of level 5 red star core origin that was 1 foot in size. These were level 5 and level 6 high-grade goods. It should be enough, right? If that was not enough, then this newly activated fusion system would be too disappointing. Just fusing the Flying Star Shuttle and the Concealment Ship required such a huge amount of fusion energy. What about in the future? When Yi Xian grew up and needed to fuse higher-grade treasures, wouldn't he be at a loss? No matter what, he would first obtain the level 5 and level 6 high-grade star core origin and hand it over to the system to try it out. This planet was huge. From the surface all the way to the core of the planet, one would need to break through all the obstacles along the way. In fact, it was not an easy task. However, Yi Xian clearly knew that there was indeed a star core origin in the planet's core. Furthermore, it was a high-quality level 5 red and level 6 blue star core origin. No matter how difficult the excavation process was, he would definitely not be lacking in motivation. Immediately, he leaped into the deepest part of the abyss and took out the Heavenly Star Sword. He spun it in front of him at an extremely fast speed, turning it into a sharp object like a drill bit, and pushed it all the way down. At the same time, on the other side of this huge black planet, a huge warship had just decelerated and was slowly descending toward the planet's surface. The appearance of this warship was a little special. It did not look like a battleship, but more like a large engineering ship. Of course, this kind of engineering ship was referring to the exploration and excavation of planets. In this graveyard space zone, there were indeed such exploration and excavation ships. Their goal was to search for the star core origin in the cores of planets. Compared to Yi Xian's actions of activating his magic treasure by himself and exhausting his Zhen Qi to dig down, not only were they more professional, they were also a group of explorers. Even their excavation speed was completely incomparable to that of Yi Xian's. After all, even a specialized exploration and excavation ship had been sent here, and a large one at that. At this moment, in the main control room of the exploration and excavation ship, more than 10 figures were standing in front of a big screen. There were both men and women among them, and their cultivation was different. All of them were in the 9th level of the core state. Chapter 2601. Sky River Planet's bounty. After the decision was made, the exploration and excavation work quickly began. This enormous excavation ship looked huge, but in fact, the ship only carried the 13 people in the main control room. An engineering ship like this was basically automated. Even if there were some maintenance work that required manpower, it was usually done by the ship's robots. Since the myriad Luo Federation science and technology faction could keep pace with the powerful cultivation faction, it was obvious how advanced the Federation science and technology was. The excavation site chosen by the excavation spaceship was also a deep and wide canyon. After the spaceship slowly landed, for huge mechanical arms extended from the bottom of the spaceship and firmly gripped the bed to stabilize the spaceship after the excavation began. Soon, a retractable door opened in the center of the lower part of the ship, and a huge special alloy drill bit stretched out. After it touched the ground of the canyon, it quickly began to rotate at high speed. For a moment, sand and stone flew everywhere, and a huge roar sounded. Even in the main control room of the ship, which had excellent sound insulation, the noise could be heard clearly. This roar lasted for about a day. Because the planet being excavated below was relatively large, even with the speed of this large professional excavation ship, it was impossible for the drill bit to reach the central planet's core in a short time. Damn it! It's this annoying noise again. I've been having a migraine lately. Among the 13 figures in the main control room, a young human woman with an extremely hot figure and an enchanting face raised her hand and rubbed her temples. Then, she lazily sat down on the sofa next to her. But her eyes swept over to the bald, middle-aged man who was standing in front of the big screen and staring intently at the drill bit that had already drilled into the ground. Then she said, "Boss, if we really have a good harvest today, shouldn't we return to the ship?" After 7 days of listening to the drill bit noise, Lilith really couldn't stand it anymore. "I really miss the dreamy resort at the bottom of the Sky River planet." Seeing that the bald man didn't respond, Lilith curled her lips. She raised her right hand and pressed a few buttons on a metal bracelet on her left wrist. Buzz! A faint sound came out, and in front of her, a virtual 5-dimensional 3-dimensional screen appeared in an instant. The metal bracelet on her left hand was actually a personal computer. Through the star sector-level network system of this large excavation ship, she could connect to the public network of Sky River Star. Of course, you have to have the authority to enter the gateway. And this authority was the official citizenship of the Wan Luo Federation. Lilith obviously missed the dreamy scenery of the holiday area at the bottom of the Sky River planet. At this time, the scene displayed on the 5-dimensional virtual screen in front of her was the scene of the holiday area at the bottom of the sea. The colorful glow of fireflies enveloped Lilith, turning the area around her into a 5-dimensional virtual world. She felt like she was wandering in an undersea resort. Although there was no real sensation, the visual enjoyment was not bad at all. In the boring life of exploration work, this was indeed the best way to relax and release stress. Everyone was obviously used to it. None of the other 12 people in the main control room had the intention of turning their heads to look at them. Heavens! A reward of 10 billion star coins? Where the hell did this guy come from? Isn't this too extravagant? Suddenly, Lilith's exclamation rang out. This time, it finally attracted the attention of the other 12 people in the main control room. Even the bald, middle-aged man who had been standing in front of the big screen and watching the drill down turned his head to look in shock. 10 billion star coins was not a small amount. Although the excavation starship was large in size, it would take at least half a year for it to earn 10 billion star coins. After deducting the cost of wear and tear and maintenance, there would only be a few 100 million star coins left after the dividends were distributed to everyone. Of course, the 10 billion star coins here referred to white coins. At this time, Lilith had already exited the virtual scenery of Sky River Star's undersea resort. A wanted poster with pictures and text appeared on the personal terminal in front of her. It was actually issued by the ruling authorities of Sky River Star. 10 billion star coins was just the amount of the reward. As for the reason, it was because of the space pirates. There was a simple portrait on the bounty warrant. It was 60% similar to Yi Xian, but it didn't have a name or any specific identity information. On the other hand, the crime was extremely detailed. Below the words on the bounty warrant, there were even two pictures. They were the dust concealment ship and the meteor sword. As for the pot-shaped magical equipment named Demon Purge, it was not listed. Obviously, its level was not low. It was not appropriate for it to appear on the wanted poster, in case someone coveted it. Robbers in the Graveyard Star Zone are not people you and I can afford to offend. Even if we do earn 10 billion star coins, we won't be alive to spend them. Just go to sleep. The bald, middle-aged man glanced at the wanted poster and turned to look at the big screen again. The others were stunned. A touch of disappointment appeared on their faces, but no one said anything. As mentioned before, although the Graveyard Star Zone was in the third universe, which was controlled by the human race, it was in a gray area between the technology camp and the cultivation camp. There were two sides to this vast star zone. One was the Sky River Star, which belonged to the technology camp, and the other was the Purple Heaven Star, which belonged to the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace, which belonged to the cultivation camp. Bai Xian was the white-robed man, whose full name was Bai Shirley. On this side of the Graveyard Star Zone, he was absolutely a person who could do whatever he wanted, because his grandfather, Bai Zhengjun, was the leader of the Sky River Star. In the technology camp of the Myriad Luo Federation, there were 3 empires and hundreds of small countries. The Sky River Star was one of them. Bai Zhengjun had 1 star, so he could be considered an existence similar to that of a feudal official. Moreover, he had always been very protective of his people. How could someone who dared to rob his grandson on this side of the Graveyard Star Zone be an ordinary person? A day passed in the blink of an eye. The huge drill had already drilled through the passage to the core of the star under their feet. There were only a few 100 meters left. This section had to be accurately drilled through manually, otherwise the core would be damaged. Now that the drill was retracting, the 13 people in the main control room were all excited. Although there were still a few 100 meters to go, they were able to probe the situation in the center of the planet. They found a 1-foot square level 5 red planet core and a half-foot square level 6 blue planet core. These were all high-grade goods that could be worth a lot of money. As usual, Lilith, Hosan, and Hongwu, the 3 of you come with me. The rest of you stay here. After that, the bald middle-aged man turned around and left the main control room. Behind him, the other 3 people immediately followed. Their mission was to wait for the drill to exit, then follow the tunnel to the core of the stellar core and retrieve the stellar core's origin that had been detected. Chapter 2602. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He slipped away on his own. Yi Xian finally heard the system beep in his head after an entire day's worth of sleepless nights. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the star core origin. Do you wish to collect it? This meant that he was now very close to the center of the massive star core. He was so close that the devouring system in his body could directly collect the star core origin. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to collect the star core origin. Then, the system beep sounded in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a high-grade star core origin. The level 5 red star core origin is 1 foot square. The level 6 blue star core origin is half a foot square. Ding! System beep. Do you wish to absorb the star core origin and continue the fusion? Absorb. Continue the fusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Although he was originally determined to obtain the star core origin within this star, before this, Yi Xian was still fusing with the 4 treasures. It was only because of the lack of fusion energy that he stopped. Now that he had obtained the energy, he naturally had to continue. Ding. Beginning to absorb the star core origin. Absorption complete. Ding. System beep. Beginning the fusion. Progress 1. Progress 2. As the system beep sounded in his head again, Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back down. Then he subconsciously checked the remaining star core origin. He was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that although the 4 treasures were fusing at the same time, which was equivalent to 2 separate fusions, the fusion energy consumption was not very high. Apart from the ones that had been absorbed by the system previously, the 2 high-grade star core origins that he had just obtained were only half of the level 5 red star core origin, which was half a foot square. As for the level 6 blue star core origin, which was half a foot square, it had not been touched at all. Yi Xian was completely able to accept this level of energy consumption. However, of course, this was only the first time these 4 treasures had been fused. If he were to fuse other treasures into them in the future, it would be equivalent to a second fusion. Those who had played online games knew that the more equipment was fused, the greater the success rate and consumables would be. It was unknown whether the same situation would happen to the fusion system that had just been activated by the devouring system. Yi Xian decided that he would try it as soon as he obtained a suitable treasure in the future. Now that the fusion of the 4-star core origin translation, Yi Xian translation, there was no reason for him to stay. Anyway, there was still plenty of star core origin. And of the star core origin, especially the level 6 blue star core origin, the level star core origin, the star origin, that blue star origin. The star origin, blue star to star translation origin star translation origin underscore translation. Of Yi translation. To Yi level 2 to translation 2 to level. The Yi star was. If it was the same level 5 red star core origin, this half a foot square might not be enough for him to advance from level 3 to level 4 star core origin. However, it was hard to say what would happen to the level 6 blue star core origin. After all, its quality was 1 level higher. Yi Xian leaped up and quickly flew to the planet's surface. He decided to find a secluded place on this planet for seclusion and absorb all the star core origins in his possession. He would try his best to increase his strength before searching for new star core origins. At the same time, just 100 meters away from where Yi Xian had just stood, the 4 powerhouses from the large engineering ship were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they had clearly seen the 2 small piles of star core origins. But just as they were about to collect them, they mysteriously disappeared. To be more precise, they turned into a ray of light and drilled into the rock formation on the opposite side. Bandits! They are definitely bandits. How could the star core origins grow legs and run away on their own? After being stunned for a few seconds, the bald man jumped up and roared. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved it. A sword-shaped magic weapon emitting a green glow flew out of his hand and touched the rock formation as if it was cutting tofu. Quickly pushed forward. The distance of 100 meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. A straight tunnel appeared in front of the 4 powerhouses, making them gasp. What the bald man said just now was just a guess, but now everything was confirmed. The star core origin that had been reflected in his eyes just now had indeed been forcibly snatched by someone from 100 meters away from the rock formation. This method was simply unbelievable. Could it be the guy who stole by Shirley's star core origin? Lilith's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately said, according to the arrest warrant, this guy also stole one of White Scoundrel's astral devourers. This kind of astral beast always feeds on astral core sources. Maybe it has some kind of talent that allows it to directly devour astral core sources from 100 meters away. Otherwise, wouldn't it collapse a planet every time it eats? That's right. This kind of unbridled method is very similar. Damn it, he actually dared to steal from me. Baldy Sue. Brilliance flashed in the bald man's eyes. He immediately turned on the communication system and gave an order to the people who were guarding the large engineering ship on the surface of the planet. Contact the Heavenly River planet immediately. Tell them that we have found the wretched space pirate who just stole a bunch of our star core origins. Send the coordinates to them directly and ask for the Federation's backup. After that, the bald man's body shook, and he ascended along the tunnel in front of him. Let's go after him. In the boundless sea of stars, not far away from the enormous planet where the large excavation starship was located, an enormous fleet was sailing. The fleet had 10 warships in total, all of which were large planetary warships. Also, the emblem of the Thousand Luo Federation was painted on the hull of the warships, indicating that they were all official warships. Inside the control room of the flagship at the center of the fleet, Bai Shirley, the white-robed man, was staring at the big screen in front of him gloomily. After Yi Xian escaped that day, he had crossed the void with his physical body and met up with the fleet of the Federation that was sent by the Changbai army on the Heavenly River planet to protect him. Then, he contacted the Heavenly River planet and issued the wanted poster. In the meantime, he had chased after Yi Xian all the way. It was a pity that he hadn't received any feedback until now. The graveyard space zone was simply too large. Even though too many experts of the Federation had entered it, it was still like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the bold space pirate in such a short time. At this moment, Bai Shirley couldn't have been more frustrated. He had always been on a rampage in the Heavenly River planet, and he had never suffered such a loss before. He couldn't have felt more frustrated. Right then, a major of the fleet next to him shouted in surprise, "Master Bai, we have news. The guy is on a dead planet not far away. He has just stolen a batch of star core origins from an exploration team. Damn it, he's really got guts. How dare he steal from us?" Chapter 2603. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Star Cannon's bombardment planet-level warships were the entry-level warships of the Immortal Dynasty military of the Myriad Luo Federation Science and Technology faction. Each of them was 1,000 meters long and was equipped with star cannons. At this moment, 10 planet-level Federation warships surrounded a huge black planet. Not even a fly could escape. On the surface of the planet, Baldy Su, Lilith, and the other two had returned to the large warship. They had chased after Yi Xian along the tunnel on the opposite side, but they did not find him until they reached the surface of the planet. In the end, they had no choice but to return. Of course, there was another reason for this. Baldy Su was worried that the other party's cultivation was too high. After all, that was the person who dared to attack by ruffian in this star field. Since they had already reported to Sky River Planet, there was no need to fight to the death with the other party. The Federation fleet of Sky River Planet would arrive soon. When that time came, as long as they caught that space pirate, not only would they recover the stolen planet core origin, but they would also be rewarded with 10 billion star coins. Boss, the Federation's fleet of the Sky River Planet has arrived. They have surrounded the entire planet. There are a total of 10 planetary military warships. Judging from the speed of their arrival, the one in charge of this fleet is probably White Scoundrel. He has been searching this star field all along. Retracting his gaze from the big screen, a member who stayed behind turned to look at Baldy Su and reported the news of the arrival of the 10 planet-level warships. This time, that kid won't be able to escape. 10 planet-level military warships equipped with star cannons. A ferocious smile appeared on Baldy Su's face. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not stay here any longer. Take off immediately and meet up with the fleet above. The rest is up to them. We just have to wait for the reward." At the same time, in the vast space above the planet, as soon as the 10 warships surrounded the black planet, Bai Shirley, who was in the flagship's central control room, immediately gave the order to attack. "Everyone, fire the star cannons and force that kid out." But a major standing next to him hesitated for a moment before reminding him, "Young Master Bai, that large engineering ship is still inside. It seems to be taking off. It should be coming to join us." They were the ones who reported that kid's whereabouts. In other words, it was fine for them to open fire, but they had to wait for the engineering ship to come up first. They had also contributed. "Bastard, it's just a crappy engineering ship. So what if you blow it up? Is it more important than my face? Is it more important than Xing Chang's face?" Bai Shirley immediately roared. "Since they are all meritorious subjects, then let's see this through to the end. Can't they sacrifice their lives for the Federation?" What if that brat is hiding in the engineering ship and waiting for the ship to come up? If he suddenly rushes out, we won't even be able to catch up. That made sense. All the officers in the central control room were speechless. The order to fire was immediately given. The full name of the star cannon was the Star Destroyer Cannon. It was said to be able to shatter a planet. Of course, the star cannons on the entry-level planetary-level Federation military warships could only shatter a group of relatively large meteors that they encountered during interstellar travel. For such a huge planet below, it was absolutely impossible to shatter it with star cannons. However, if 10 star cannons were to fire at the same time, it was possible to blow the entire planet up. A deafening roar rang out, and the 10 warships that surrounded the black star each fired a 10-meter-thick energy beam at the same time, blasting the black star below at the same time. At present, the massive engineering ship had just left the surface. The 13 people in the ship's central control room were all aghast at the sudden sight. Then, as Baldy Sue's cursing bellowed, the few people controlling the engineering ship finally came to their senses and hurriedly changed the command, landing the engineering ship on the planet's surface once more. Although staying here like this was still an abyss of suffering, at least it was better than flying up and being blown to pieces by the enemy star cannons, right? This kind of engineering ship could not be equipped with an energy shield. They did not have the financial resources to do so. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. That bastard by Shirley is really a hooligan. He's really a jerk. After the engineering ship landed again, Baldy Sue, as the captain, immediately gave the order to abandon the ship. Staying on the ship would make them live targets. Since by Shirley had already fired the cannons, there was obviously no way he would let them leave. This was to silence them. Instead of staying on the ship, it was better to find a place to hide on this planet. Perhaps they would still have a chance of survival. The group of 13 people packed up their important belongings and then hurriedly left the engineering ship, disappearing into the depths of a large canyon on the planet's surface. At this moment, Yi Xian was in seclusion in a cave on the other side of the planet. The bloodline of the astral devourer was indeed not simple. Coupled with the ability of the devouring system, the speed at which he absorbed the astral core origins was simply astonishing. In such a short time, in less than half a day, the remaining 2 small piles of level 5 red astral core origins and level 6 blue astral core origins had all been completely absorbed by Yi Xian. Just as he ended his seclusion and opened his eyes, the system notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have leveled up. Current level. Level 4 astral core state. Sure enough, even with the same amount of level 5 red astral core origins and a small pile of level 6 blue astral core origins, Yi Xian had only leveled up by a small amount this time. It would only get more and more difficult in the future. He was a little depressed at the thought of this. Fortunately, he now had the bloodline talent of the astral devourer, so he did not have to worry too much about the source of the astral core origins. Rumble! Boom! The entire planet suddenly shook violently, and at the same time, there was a large number of loud rumbles, which made Yi Xian, who had just gotten up and was about to leave, tremble. An extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. Extending his consciousness, he quickly discovered the 10 Federation warships that surrounded the planet. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately came to a realization. Without a doubt, the white-robed man had caught up, and this time, he had brought an entire fleet with him. For some reason, he was certain that he was on this planet, and the cannons on the ship were firing at the same time. This was the rhythm of forcing him out. What went wrong? Could it be that there was a tracking imprint in the treasures that were previously collected? Frowning, Yi Xian began to think, but he quickly dismissed this possibility. All the treasures were collected through the devouring system. If there really was such a tracking imprint, it was impossible for the system not to detect it. Whatever, the enemy's warship cannons are firing non-stop. If I don't rush out, I'll die in the end. Chapter 2604. Opportunity for the second fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained the hidden star shuttle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained the Tian Yun sword. As Yi Xian took the initiative to check on the integration of the system, the notification of the devouring system rang in his mind. Without a doubt, both fusions were successful. His flying star shuttle had merged with the concealment ship to form a new concealment star shuttle. Since it was still a shuttle, it meant that the speed of the previous flying star shuttle had been inherited. At the same time, the word concealment in the name of this new warship meant that the perfect concealment formation on the white-robed man's concealment ship had also been transplanted. These were the advantages and specialties of the two warships in the first place. Since it was a fusion, it was naturally a combination of the strong and the strong. It was impossible to keep something that was of little value. Similarly, Yi Xian's heavenly star sword and the door-like red broadsword, the heavenly meteor sword, had also merged into the current heavenly meteor sword. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to check this sword. His attention was immediately attracted by the newly merged hidden starship. The concealment starship was still a small battleship. It basically retained the streamlined shape of the previous flying star shuttle, but its surface was slightly modified and became more complex. Of course, the concealment array was also engraved on it. However, this kind of engraving array would only appear when it was activated and deactivated. Under normal circumstances, it would not be visible. The biggest difference was the internal structure and decoration. The previous flying star shuttles were mainly practical, but the concealment starship was a luxury item. Now, all the luxurious decorations were inherited from the concealment starship. However, this was not what Yi Xian cared about. What he cared about the most was the speed of this concealed star shuttle. Right now, the entire Black Star was surrounded by 10 planet-level battleships. If he wanted to escape, it was possible for him to rely on the perfect concealment formation of the star concealment shuttle. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to take the risk. If he was discovered, he could only escape. In that case, the speed of the star concealment shuttle was very important. In fact, speed alone wasn't enough because no matter how fast you were, you wouldn't be able to outrun the star cannon beam of the Planetary State Federation's battleship. It would be great if there was a higher-level energy shield system, but that was just wishful thinking. Neither Yi Xian's flying star shuttle nor the white-robed man's concealment warship had such an energy shield. No matter how powerful the fusion system was, it was impossible for it to appear out of thin air. The planetary-class Federation battleships were the entry-level standard battleships used by the 3 large empires and hundreds of small countries under the Immortal Dynasty. Information about their performance and firepower could be found on the official website of the Federation military, so it was not a secret. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly found out the speed of their interstellar travel through the devouring system. Comparing it with the hidden starship that had just been successfully integrated, he suddenly felt depressed. Although the difference in speed was not that great, it was still a difference. Since that was the case, once the concealment array was useless, then Yi Xian would undoubtedly be in great danger. Without an energy shield and unable to match the speed of his opponent, there was no way he could survive. At this moment, Yi Xian's extended divine sense unexpectedly captured a small battleship. It was actually the kind of advanced battleship that had an energy shield. Moreover, this small advanced battleship was not high up in the sky, but on the surface of this black planet, not too far away from Yi Xian's hiding place. It seemed to be in a hurry and in a sorry state as it steered towards a dry trench. A second fusion? Yi Xian's eyes lit up immediately. This battleship was obviously faster than the flying star shuttle. This was normal. After all, it was an advanced battleship with an energy shield, so its speed was naturally not much slower. If he could snatch this battleship, if he carried out another fusion, then the current hidden starship would be upgraded for the second time. Not only would it have an energy shield, but its speed would also be greatly increased. The flying star shuttle was just a simple battleship that was equivalent to a means of transportation. The only thing it pursued was speed. Even the white-robed man's hidden starship did not have an attack system. Since this advanced battleship even had an energy shield, it most likely did not lack an attack system. If it did, it would undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise for Yi Xian. Soon, even the abandoned large excavation ship on the other side of the planet fell into the detection of Yi Xian's divine sense. His face immediately darkened. Obviously, It was the people on this large excavation ship that exposed his whereabouts. The small advanced battleship just now had flown in the direction of the large excavation ship, so it was most likely them. In fact, this was indeed the case. This small advanced battleship belonged to Baldy Sue. As a veteran and professional treasure hunter, Baldy Sue had wandered the graveyard domain for many years. The star coins he had accumulated were enough for him to buy a small advanced battleship with an attack system and an energy shield. At present, the 13 crew members, including Lilith, were all on his God of Fortune. Since this battleship had an energy shield, their chances of survival were very high. However, no one knew when the 10 Federation battleships would leave. In order to save energy on the energy shield, they had to find a safe place to hide first. Yi Xian immediately activated the hidden starship and concealed all of its presence. As if it was invisible, it quickly chased after the battleship. The battleship was not very fast, so the hidden starship caught up with it without much effort. Then, it followed behind from a distance. The devouring hand could forcibly seize this battleship, but it would have to wait until everyone in the battleship came out. Otherwise, the success rate of the capture would be too low. Could be said that it was close to none. It was obviously impossible for the other party to hide in the battleship all the time. That would consume too much energy. At this time, the most important thing was to conserve energy. No one knew if they would have to fight a protracted battle on this planet. The white-robed man would never give up so easily. Since the other party could leak his whereabouts, they must know about the grudge between him and the white-robed man. Therefore, they should know more about this than Yi Xian. What Yi Xian needed to do was to immediately take action and forcibly seize the battleship when the other party found a suitable hiding place and all of them came out of the battleship. This opportunity came quickly. The battleship in front of him stopped at the deepest part of the dry trench. Then, Yi Xian saw figures coming out of the battleship one after another. The last to come out was a bald, brawny man. After him, no one else came out. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately activated the Devouring Hand's capture skill. In the next moment, just as the bald man raised his hand and was about to put away the battleship suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian did not show up at all, and the hidden starship was not exposed either. After the battleship was in his hands, he quickly fled. My God of Fortune! Why did it suddenly disappear? Chapter 2605. Translator, Hengyi Translations Editor. Hengyi Translations Hidden God all-round battleship without waiting for him to return to his previous closed-door cultivation location. Yi Xian immediately checked the God of Fortune that he'd just snatched. The surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian's blood was boiling. Although the name of this battleship was very old-fashioned, its level was definitely not for show. It had both attack and defense. Not only did it have an energy shield, it even had an attack system. There was a star cannon at the front and back of the battleship, which was the standard battleship cannon equipped on the Federation's planet-level battleships. Could directly destroy a small meteor. It seemed that the bald man had spent a lot of star coins to build this small advanced battleship. Miners were indeed rich people. This could be seen from the large pile of star core sources in one of the cabins of the God of Fortune. The only pity was that these star core sources were all level 1 white or level 2 orange, with only a small amount of level 4 green and level 5 red. As for level 6 blue, there was not a single piece. However, the advantage was that there was a large amount. According to Yi Xian's estimation, it should be enough to fuse this battleship with his hidden starship a second time. Right now, his hidden starship was already very good in terms of sailing speed, and it also had a rare concealment array. If it could successfully fuse with the God of Fortune a second time, then the new battleship would not only be able to hide, but its speed would also be higher. What was even rarer was that it also had high-quality attack systems such as an energy shield and star cannon. This was simply a perfect all-round battleship. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian impatient. Very quickly, Yi Xian returned to his previous closed-door cultivation location, while the star cannons of the 10 battleships outside continued to rumble and explode. Fortunately, this black star was too large, so it wouldn't be completely shattered in a short period of time. However, Yi Xian did not have much time. He had to complete the second fusion as soon as possible. Ding! Discovered hidden star ship. Discovered God of Fortune. Do you want to fuse? Ding. Discovered star core sources. Do you want to absorb energy? Following the notification from the devouring system, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately chose to fuse with it. The system did not continue to ask for instructions on how to absorb the energy from the fusion and directly took it from the God of Fortune's cabin. Although the grade of this pile of star core sources was not high, there was a lot of them. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if he collected all of them, he would most likely be able to advance from his current 4th grade star core level to 5th grade star core level. But that was useless. It couldn't solve the crisis in front of them. Ding. Fusion energy absorption complete. Beginning fusion. Progress 1. Progress 2. As the system beeped again, Yi Xian checked the star core origin that had been thrown out of the God of Fortune's cabin by the fusion system. The result made him smile bitterly. Although the small mountain of star core origin had not been completely used up, more than 90% of it had been used up. The star core origin that had been absorbed had been reduced to pure star core crystals. Apart from recycling them to the Federation's Affairs Department in exchange for star coins, there was basically no other use for them. The fusion progress was very slow. Yi Xian had nothing to do, so he also absorbed the remaining star core origin. Unfortunately, the result was not suspenseful at all. He was still a 4th grade star core level. The further he advanced, the more star core origin energy he would need to advance by a small level. Time passed slowly. The 10 large planetary-grade battleships in the sky had been pouring down their cannons. The entire huge black planet was shrouded in the noisy smoke and dust. One volley of cannons was enough to crush 10 star core origin energy beams. What about hundreds of volleys of cannons? The surface of the entire planet had become full of craters. This kind of continuous powerful bombardment caused the entire planet to constantly quake. Under the violent shaking, some abysses and trenches collapsed one after another. Even some huge mountains collapsed. Yi Xian's hiding place was deep within the planet, close to the core region. Now it was affected quite a bit. This made him very worried. This huge black planet would not be able to hold on for much longer. After a full 4 hours, the fusion was finally over. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. You have obtained the all-round advanced grade battleship Soul Concealment Shuttle. At this moment, when the system beeped again, Yi Xian felt his whole body relax. It was as if he had heard the sound of nature. His 108,000 pores were blowing out cold air, and he felt like he was floating. All round. And it was an advanced grade battleship. Even the name of the Soul Concealment Shuttle was very pleasing to the ear. All of this could be said to be perfect. Of course, the Soul Concealment Shuttle was still a small battleship. Its exterior still retained the streamlined shape of the Flying Star grade battleship, but the surface of the ship had some additional equipment. These were probably accessories for the star cannons and energy shield system. As for the interior, there were some changes compared to before. There was more space. Now, even if 20 people entered the inner cabin at the same time, it could still fit inside. Yi Xian immediately checked the various attributes of the Soul Concealment Shuttle. In terms of speed, it had indeed increased by a large margin. Compared to the standard planetary-grade battleships of the Federation military, it was already slightly faster. All of this made Yi Xian very satisfied. The only thing that made him a little dumbfounded was the 2 star cannons and the energy shield system on the ship. If they needed to be activated, they would need energy, and this energy was also from the star core origin. At this point, Yi Xian finally understood why the bald man had piled so much low-grade star core origin in the God of Fortune cabin. After all this time, it was not even a safe. The star core origin was provided for the God of Fortune to activate the energy shield and to fire the star cannons. But now, the last bit of star core origin had been used up by Yi Xian out of boredom while waiting for the results of the fusion. And this huge black star had just been excavated. No matter what, there could not be any star core origin left in the center of the star core. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. It was fine that the star cannons could not be used, but the energy shield was a life-saving thing. It had to be prepared with energy that could be activated temporarily. After all, although the Soul Concealment Shuttle was slightly faster than the 10 planetary-grade Federation battleships, How could it be faster than the energy beam of the star cannons? If the enemy fired a shot without the energy shield, it would definitely be over. In his depression, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the bald man he had stolen from the god of fortune. As a professional miner, and the low-grade star core origin that was thrown into the god of fortune as a reserve energy source can be piled up into a small mountain. Then, how could he not have a level 5 red star core origin or higher? Yi Xian muttered to himself. His eyes immediately lit up, although he also felt that it was a little too much to always rob the same person. Who asked this guy to leak his whereabouts? The trouble in front of him was all caused by him. It seemed that, for the sake of the god of fortune and the high-quality star core origin that was about to be obtained, he could just not be calculative and let him live. Chapter 2606. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. If you want to live, you have to pay. High up in the sky, in the central control room of the 10 Planetary Federation military battleships, the white-robed man, by Shirley, was staring at the big screen in front of him with a gloomy expression. What was displayed on the screen was the situation of the black star below. The surface of the entire star was now covered in dust, but the star cannons of the 10 battleships were still firing at the same time. It was estimated that the ground below had been completely plowed, but the distance from completely blasting the entire star into cosmic dust was still far away. More importantly, even if they could do that, the energy consumption of the 10 battleships would not be able to keep up. The energy beams of the star cannons did not shoot out of thin air. Every shot represented a large amount of the planet's core source energy. Although Bai Shirley's grandfather, Bai Zhengjun, was the governor of the Heavenly River Star, there was another big shot on the Heavenly River Star. That was the commander-in-chief of the Tianchun Empire's military station there, a major general named Zhao Long. The Wan Luo Federation was huge. The Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology faction and the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation faction each occupied half of the territory of Universe 3. There were 3 large empires and hundreds of small countries under the Immortal Dynasty. Tianchun Nation was a small country under one of the empires. The Heavenly River Star, on the other hand, was just an administrative planet in the star field controlled by the Heavenly Dust Nation. The reason why Bai Zhengjun could become the leader of a planet on planet Tianhe was because he had a good son, Bai Shirley's father. This person held a position on the capital planet of Tianchun Nation. Even so, Bai Zhengjun was not the only one who had the final say on planet Tianhe. The Federation system had always been separated between the military and government. Bai Zhengjun was the administrative leader, while Zhao Long was the military's leader on planet Tianhe. Zhao Long's family was also on the capital planet of Tianchun Nation. He had a strong background and did not seem to get along with Bai Shirley's father. Hence, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long only seemed to be harmonious on the surface. However, although the military power was in Zhao Long's hands, as the leader of a planet, Bai Zhengjun had the right to deploy some battleships as guards. The total amount of battleships he could deploy was 50 planetary states and 3 star states. The 10 ships that Bai Shirley brought out were part of the 50 planetary ships allocated to Bai Zhengjun by the Sky River planet's military. Even though these warships were for Bai Zhengjun to use, they were still part of the military. If they used up too much energy, even Bai Zhengjun would not be able to explain himself, let alone Bai Shirley. Zhao Long would most likely take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Therefore, even if these 10 battleships had the ability to completely destroy the enormous planet below, Bai Shirley did not dare to expend so much energy. Furthermore, it was very difficult to do so with 10 star cannons firing at the same time. That brat definitely won't dare to show his face. He should be hiding in the depths of the planet. Maybe he has already been crushed into meat paste by the collapsed rocks. Gritting his teeth, Bai Shirley continued in a deep voice. Give the order. Once the star cannons are done firing, dispatch 10 small landing ships. This young master will personally go down and find that brat's body. I hope that the starry sky devouring beast is fine. The row of officers standing behind had been anxious for a long time. When they heard that they no longer needed to expend energy, they looked at each other and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although they felt that it was a little too risky to let Bai Shirley personally go down to search, in order to prevent this guy from staying in the central control room, If the order was given again, they would not be able to explain themselves when they returned. As such, they hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. 10 small landing ships quickly flew out from the central flagship's rear cabin and headed towards the planet below. Bai Shirley was in the cabin of one of the spaceships. These small landing ships were about the same size as Yi Xian's spirit concealment shuttle. They were both a dozen meters wide and a few dozen meters long. However, although they had attack systems, they did not have energy shields. As for the concealment array engraved on the ship's body, that was even more out of the question. Moreover, their attack systems were not very powerful. At least, they did not have the 2 star cannons installed on the spirit concealment shuttle. Therefore, no matter how one compared them, these 10 small landing ships were far inferior to Yi Xian's spirit concealment shuttle. If Bai Shirley had known that Yi Xian actually had such a perfect all-around warship, he definitely would not have dared to leave the central flagship so easily. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. This also meant that Bai Shirley was destined to never return from this trip. On the planet's surface, in the deepest part of the thick and dry trench, Baldy Su, Lilith, Hongwu, and the rest of the 13 were currently holed up in a natural rock cave deep in the trench with bitter expressions. The inexplicable disappearance of the god of fortune cast the entire team into a dark cloud. Although the other 12 people, such as Lilith and Hongwu, each had a small warship, they were far inferior to Baldy Su's god of fortune. Not to mention the weapon systems, their private warships did not even have energy shields. In the face of this kind of bombardment from the star cannons, they would die if they ventured out. At this moment, as the bombardment of the star cannons stopped, the entire enormous planet became quiet. Lilith raised her head and glanced in the direction of the entrance of the cave. She said suspiciously, "The commotion outside seems to have stopped. Did that white scoundrel leave?" "That's impossible. It's not like you don't know how precious the universe devourer is. Not to mention the matter of face, white scoundrel would never give up so easily just to take back this beast." The bald man shook his head slowly, with bad luck all over his face. "If my guess is correct, they must have sent a small landing ship to search for him. After such a long bombardment, the surface of the entire planet must have been plowed. Nobody can guarantee that the wretched space pirate is not dead yet." "I don't think so. Boss, the strange disappearance of your god of fortune is most likely the work of that space pirate. That guy is too evil." On the side, Hongwu took over the conversation. At the same time, a perplexed look appeared on his face. However, it's one thing to lose the Starcore origins, but now even the god of fortune has mysteriously disappeared. Could that universe devourer be able to directly devour a warship? I've never heard of it. Now is not the time to think about these things? Baldy Su waved his hand and sighed again. The landing ship sent by White Scoundrel will find us very soon. By then, he will most likely kill us. Therefore, even if this cave does not collapse, we can't stay any longer. Now that the bombardment has temporarily stopped, it should have been the best opportunity to escape, but the god of fortune has been lost. Not to mention the energy shield, none of your private warships are fast enough to catch my eyes. There is no way you can escape the pursuit of the 10 planetary warships. It seems that we are really doomed this time. In fact, you do have one last chance. Chapter 2607. Ancient Cultivator's Cave. Who is it? Who's there? Get out here. As Yi Xian's voice abruptly rang out, the 13 people in the cave immediately became alert. At the same time as they shouted, their divine senses immediately swept out. A few of them even directly activated their artifacts, ready to attack. Unfortunately, under the sweep of their divine senses, there was nothing at the entrance and outside of the cave. There was not even a trace of abnormal spatial fluctuations, causing the people in the cave to suspect that they had just been hallucinating. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. If you dawdle any longer, I'm going to leave. However, that Bai you mentioned seems to be coming this way. Since he's a hoodlum, even if you inform him, the possibility of him silencing you is still very high. It's you? You're that space pirate? Baldy Su finally reacted, and his expression became extremely ugly. Hand over my god of fortune. It's fine that you stole our planet core source, but you must return the God of Fortune. Otherwise, this matter will not be over. What is the God of Fortune? A warship? Do you think that I would need your God of Fortune when I have a warship that even has a concealment array engraved on it? Yi Xian's cold laughter rang out. As for the planet core source, I was indeed the one who took it. However, it was originally an object without an owner. You can explore and excavate it, so why can't I? In the end, it fell into my hands, which only shows that your skills are inferior and you were slower than me. Is there a problem with that? His words rendered the 13 people in the cave speechless. Yi Xian's words were indeed reasonable regarding the matter of the planet core source. They had no words to refute him. As for the God of Fortune, this warship even had such a perfect concealment array engraved on it, so its level was obvious. Was there a need to be greedy for the God of Fortune? It should be known that although the human race in the Myriad Luo Federation was divided into the cultivation camp and the technological camp, and the two camps cooperated very closely with each other, even in the cultivation camp, this kind of array master was in existence with a transcendent status. It was definitely expensive to ask them to engrave an array on a warship. Even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to hire anyone. Under such circumstances, when there was an opportunity, most people would engrave speed or attack-type formations. Even if it was a defensive formation, it was still better than a concealment formation. The other party's warship even had a concealment array, so how could the rest be lacking? Besides, since he had admitted to the Star Core origin, there was no reason not to admit to the God of Fortune. Thinking like this, even Baldy Su didn't dare to be sure. After all, his God of Fortune had disappeared in a very strange manner. There was no trace of it at all. Originally, I saw Bai Ruo coming down to search for me, so I took the opportunity to leave. I passed by and overheard your conversation, so I wanted to do a small business deal. Just as Baldy Su and the others were hesitating, Yi Xian's voice sounded again. This time, it sounded like he was really going to leave. But it seems like you guys aren't interested. Fine, I'll take my leave first. I don't want to waste too much time. If I get caught by that white scoundrel, I'll be in trouble. Step on it. Baldy Su was really anxious this time. He gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. Okay, it's a deal. We'll pay a little. When you're outside the encirclement, deliberately reveal yourself and help us lure the white scoundrel away from the warship outside. With the level of your warship, I'm sure its speed won't be slow. Doing this won't put you in any danger. We'll go all out and gamble on your character. That's right. Actually, I'm a businessman. Otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking about doing a small business deal at a time like this. Businessmen value their promises. This is credibility. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Hearing this, the 13 people in the cave almost simultaneously twitched their mouths. They had only heard of businessmen valuing profits. What the hell was a businessman valuing promises? Credibility? Right now, they didn't even know who you were or what you looked like. What did that have to do with credibility? Even so, they had no choice but to take a gamble. Of course, the most important thing was that Baldy Su believed in the power of Yi Xian's worship. Since he wouldn't be in any danger, he would lend a hand. As long as his character wasn't too bad, he would still do it. At that moment, the other 12 people, including Baldy Su, each took out a small pile of Star Core origins, and none of them were low-level goods. A small portion of them were level 5 red, while the majority were level 4 green. Only Lilith, who was at the side, frowned and did not move. Are you guys trying to dismiss a beggar? Could it be that my life is only worth this much? At least 10 times. Also, there seems to be someone who hasn't paid, right? That's making things difficult for me. 10 times? You might as well rob. No, he's robbing from the start. This is clearly a blatant robbery. He's a space pirate to begin with, okay? It'd be strange if he didn't rob. Everyone, just admit it. Our lives are more important. These guys had followed Baldy Su in the mining of star cores for many years. In fact, every one of them was quite wealthy. The situation was urgent at the moment, and they could tell from the probing just now that Yi Xian wasn't that easy to deal with. Therefore, after complaining for a while, they still took out some Star Core origins one after another. Although the quantity was about the same as before, the quality was one level higher. Most of them were level 5 red, and there was even a small portion of them that were level 6 blue. Including the star core origins that they had taken out earlier, the total amount had already exceeded what Yi Xian had obtained from the center of this black planet. It was quite a haul. However, this time, the ones who took out the star core origins were still the 12 people, including Baldy Su. Only Lilith still didn't move. Even if we're going to the undersea dreamy resort on the Sky River planet, 2 adult tickets are enough to bring a child along for free. We've already bought 12 tickets. Handsome, why don't you just waive my ticket? A pleading expression appeared on Lilith's face. I've lost everything I've gained this time. I can't even take out a single star core origin. If you really want it, then you have to take me with you. I know of an ancient cultivator's immortals cave on a certain planet. I found it when I explored it last time, but I didn't tell anyone. How about we split the loot in half? That's the cave abode of a cultivator from the cultivation camp. The treasures inside are definitely enough to buy my life. In fact, the last part of her speech was the most important part. Baldy Su and the others' eyelids twitched when they heard this, fearing that Yi Xian would refuse on the spot. However, after Lilith finished speaking, the outside of the cave fell silent. After a while, Yi Xian's voice sounded again. The cave abode of a powerhouse from the cultivation camp? This is quite a good fortune, but you better not lie to me. Otherwise, I promise you'll regret it. No way, no way. Chapter 2608. Translator. Transin Editor. Transcendent insult my intelligence. Ding. Discovered star core source. Do you wish to collect it? Collect it immediately. Following Yi Xian's response, the devouring system was immediately activated. The 12 small piles of star core source in the cave immediately turned into 12 faint rays of light and shot out of the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. During this process, a few of the 13 people in the cave almost couldn't hold themselves back from directly attacking. After all, he had already taken out his own magic treasures. With just a thought, he would be able to chase after the faint light formed from the 12 piles of star cores and find Yi Xian's location. But it was useless. The other party's warship was so high-end that they couldn't blast open the energy shield with their magical weapons. In the end, they would even offend the other party and lose their chance to live. Therefore, in the end, several people, including Baldy Su, gritted their teeth and endured it. You can come over now, but only you. After collecting the star core source, Yi Xian was completely relieved, but he didn't leave. Instead, he spoke again. Obviously, he was talking about Lilith. The latter exchanged a look with Baldy Su and nodded imperceptibly. She thought that everything was done flawlessly, but she didn't know that Yi Xian had seen everything clearly in the soul concealment shuttle. Therefore, the sneer on his face grew thicker. Originally, Yi Xian really planned to show his face in the distant starry sky after breaking out of the encirclement of the 10 planetary-level warships. It could also be considered as saving the lives of these guys. After all, with the current speed of the Soul Concealment Shuttle, the 10 planetary-level warships couldn't catch up at all. Even if they fired star cannons, the star core source that the Soul Concealment Shuttle had just obtained was enough to support its energy shield for a long time. There was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, these guys were courting death, so they couldn't blame him for it. Although Lilith was a delicate beauty, in fact, her cultivation strength was second only to Baldy Su among the 13 people. She had already reached the 6th order star core. This could be seen from the fact that Baldy Su brought 3 people away from the warship, one of which was her. As for the latter, he was at the 7th order. It was true that she did not have a single star core origin on her, but if Yi Xian did not relent, she could have borrowed it from someone else, but she did not. Instead, he had found an excuse to sneak into Yi Xian's spirit concealment shuttle. This was a clear indication of his intentions. The girl was a complete cultivation maniac. Every time she came out for a mining operation, she would basically trade all the planetary core essences she obtained with other people for high-quality planetary core essences. Then, when the large mining ship was searching for the next target planet, she would collect them all. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to absorb star sources at such a speed. Otherwise, as long as they had enough star core sources, wouldn't their cultivation soar like a rocket? The reason why Lilith could absorb the Star Core origin so quickly was because she had saved up a lot of star coins and exchanged them for a bloodline at the Heavenly River Star Federation's Hall of Affairs. Of course, that bloodline was very rare and could not be exchanged for with star coins. At that time, she had also picked up a good bargain. Lilith and Baldy Su were now gambling. They were gambling that Yi Xian's cultivation was not as strong as Lilith's. If that was the case, as long as Lilith entered the other party's worship, they would have a chance to kill the other party and seize the worship. Rather than betting their lives on the other party's character, they were more inclined to bet on their own luck. The reason why they chose Lilith over the stronger Baldy Su was obviously because she was a woman, and she was young and beautiful, which could make the other party lower their guard as much as possible. At this moment, as Lilith walked toward the entrance of the cave, the Spirit Concealment Shuttle, which had been operating the concealment array, finally revealed its appearance after a hazy halo dispersed. The 12 people in the cave immediately gasped, and a greedy light shot out from their eyes. From the smooth lines, one could tell at a glance that the speed was incredibly fast. There were also the star cannons and energy shields on the exterior of the warship, which silently told of its powerful defense and attack power. More importantly, the concealment array engraved on the body of the Spirit Concealment Shuttle would appear in a short period of time every time it was activated and deactivated. This was the case right now. The large number of obscure and mysterious runes that covered the entire exterior of the warship almost dazzled the eyes of the people in the cave. After all, it was a warship that had gone through 2 fusions. Whether it was its appearance or its true strength, it was absolutely first class. Even Baldy Su sighed in his heart. Now, he really believed that his god of fortune was not taken by the other party. If the other party had such a top-grade warship, why would they care about his god of fortune, which was at most an advanced light warship? In fact, Lilith, who was walking step by step toward the Spirit Concealment Shuttle, was the most shocked at this moment. The warship in front of her was simply a fantasy, and she dreamed of having it. If not for the fact that she had not seen the owner of the warship and could not determine the other party's cultivation and strength, she would have wanted to make a move now. Soon, a door-like passage appeared on the body of the Spirit Concealment Shuttle, but no one appeared. Lilith did not hesitate in the slightest and rushed in. There was a slight sound of the concealment array being activated. A halo flashed, and the streamlined body of the warship disappeared again. Even when using the divine perception to sweep back and forth, there was no trace of any aura. Even when it started the thrusters and flew away quickly, there was not the slightest trace of sound leaked out. All of it was absorbed by the concealment array. After a full 3 minutes, Baldy Su walked to the entrance of the cave with a suspicious look on his face. He looked left and right and muttered to himself, "Already gone? F***CK. There is no movement at all. This top-grade warship, I must get my hands on it." At the same time, in an area more than 100 miles away from this cave in the depths of the trench, the Spirit Concealment Shuttle was silently but extremely quickly sailing. There were many cabins in the warship. Yi Xian was in the main control room, and Lilith was imprisoned in a cabin at the stern of the warship at this moment. As the owner of the Spirit Concealment Shuttle, Yi Xian could control any part of the entire warship at will. Right now, Lilith was imprisoned by him. Yi Xian could not let her see his appearance. From the moment he learned the true identity of the white-robed man, even Bai Shirley had been set as a must-kill target by him. The other party had not returned to the Sky River Star, so he could only draw a rough picture of Yi Xian's appearance from his memory. But once he returned to the Sky River Star, he would definitely be able to find Yi Xian through certain channels from the Federation's Citizen Identity Database of the Sky River Star. Therefore, Bai Shirley must die, and Lilith would not have a chance to see Yi Xian's true appearance. Suppressing her anger, Lilith tried her best to make her tone sound as delicate as possible. "Handsome, aren't you being too careful? It is very rude to treat a beauty with such an attitude." Chapter 2609. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing the white scoundrel Lilith's expression immediately changed. She suddenly had a very bad feeling, as if she'd boarded a pirate ship. "What do you mean?" "Literally." Yi Xian's voice was still transmitted through the cabin's sound transmission system. Also, I can tell you the truth. My cultivation realm is indeed lower than yours. I'm only at Starcore Realm level 4. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance in this warship because I won't meet you at all. Handsome, I admit that I did have the intention to steal this warship from the start, but that was all because Baldy Sue forced me to do it. This time, Lilith was completely flustered. The other party had made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the other party still wanted to meet her. However, he'd clearly seen through her and Baldy Sue's plan, so why had he still pushed the boat along with the current and let her onto the warship? Could it be? Lilith seemed to see hope again at this thought. Her tone became gentle again. Handsome, you're not thinking of locking me up here as a sex slave, are you? I admit that I was wrong before, but I won't do such a thing. All right, I promise you that I'll take you to that ancient cultivator's abode. After that, we'll go our separate ways and we won't owe each other anything. What do you think? This was clearly a retreat in order to advance. Yixin was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha ha, this time. Please don't insult your own intelligence, okay? Lilith. 10 Federation military landing ships were cruising around the planet at low altitudes, because there was still a thick layer of dust floating on the planet's surface due to the previous carpet bombing. The 10 landing ships all turned on their shipboard searchlights, one at the bow and one at the bottom of the hull. These searchlights had a strong penetrating power. Even in the thick dust environment, they could still illuminate everything on the planet's surface. But at the same time, because of these searchlights, the positions of the 10 landing ships were like fireflies in the night sky. They were incomparably clear even from a distance. Right now, the deity concealment shuttle was silently approaching the location of these 10 landing ships. Lilith saw everything clearly through the porthole of the warship that was also deployed with arrays. An ominous premonition floated in her heart. Lilith's voice even trembled a little. Handsome, did you get the wrong direction? We should fly upwards and rush out of the blockade of those 10 planetary-level battleships, then run far away before showing our faces or something. You're going the wrong way. That's right, I'll send you off first and then I'll leave. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll lure these guys away, then I'll definitely do it. Yi Xian's words revealed a trace of strangeness. However, since you guys added some ingredients for me on the surface, then under the premise of luring these guys away, I naturally have to return the favor. Oh right. Do you have a personal warship? Yes. What's wrong? What? Handsome, can we not play anymore? Why are you not playing anymore? Didn't you want to play? I also think it's quite fun. This is just the beginning. Don't worry. Let's play slowly. Oh right, get your personal warship ready. It'll come in handy when we run for our lives later. Wah. Lilith was so scared that her face turned pale. A sobbing sound came from the microphone. It was unknown whether it was real or not, but Yixin ignored it and turned off the microphone. He had indeed decided to throw Lilith out, but not because of the anger in his heart, but because he wanted to kill by Shirley. Originally, if Lilith and Baldy Sue did not have any devious thoughts, Yixin would have helped them lure the enemy away before looking for an opportunity to make his move. After all, his deity concealment shuttle was now faster than the 10 planetary-level battleships, and it had energy shields and star cannons. More importantly, it could hide perfectly. Hanging behind the enemy's fleet, as long as Bai Shirley walked out of the warship, he would definitely have a chance to kill him. But now, since Lilith and Baldy Sue were courting death, it was obviously easier for Yixin to kill Bai Shirley. Soon, the deity concealment shuttle quietly arrived at the area where the 10 landing ships were. Then, with a thought from Yixin, the hatch opened automatically. A gentle force pushed Lilith, who was still pleading, out. Throughout the entire process, the concealment array of the deity concealment shuttle did not change at all. There was no trace of it at all. It was as if Lilith had directly teleported there. After doing all this, Yixin urged the deity concealment shuttle to retreat to a distance and began to order the star cannons on the ship to start charging. Of course, the energy shield system also began to charge. Yixin did not keep a single piece of the pile of star core origins that he had just snatched. They were all piled up in the energy room of the deity concealment shuttle. As for the resources needed to increase his level of cultivation, after he finished dealing with Bai Shirley and left this planet, it was really not difficult for him to obtain a large amount of star core origins with the innate ability of the Star Devourer in his body. Lilith was a living person, so she was quickly discovered. She had just taken out her private warship, but before she could jump in, the 10 landing ships surrounded her from all directions. 10 scorching light beams converged and shone on Lilith. She immediately closed her eyes and could not open them at all. She was so scared that she almost peed in her pants. She was really afraid that the other party would not say anything and directly launch such a cannon. But obviously, Bai Shirley would not do that. Seeing a living person all of a sudden, although it was very likely that he was just a miner on the large engineering starship, they were the ones who discovered the wretched space pirate first after all. Chances were that they had some clues that were related to him. Therefore, Bai Shirley immediately gave the order to keep her alive. Moreover, he directly walked out of a landing ship. His figure slowly descended and approached Lilith. Behind him were 2 Federation major officers with a planetary core rank 7. The reason why he was so careless was that no matter whether it was the space pirate's warship or the concealment shuttle that he had stolen, there was no weapon system on it. No matter how powerful that space pirate was, even if he had concealed his cultivation at that time, he was at most core level 5 or 6. He was followed by 2 core level 7 cultivators, so nothing would happen to him. This was the opportunity that Yi Xian had been waiting for. He had predicted that Bai Shirley would appear and ask Lilith as soon as he saw her. Of course, Yi Xian would not give Lilith a chance to speak. However, Lilith suddenly realized this at this moment. Her face instantly turned pale as she screamed hoarsely, "Don't come over! Don't come over! I don't want to die!" Right now, in her eyes, Bai Shirley was the god of pestilence who was about to take her life. The latter's face immediately darkened. He obviously did not realize that something was wrong and thought that Lilith was afraid that he would kill her. Chapter 2610. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Space Oscillator. Boom! Boom! A 10-meter-thick pillar of scorching white energy suddenly appeared in the void without warning. Along the way, it reduced all the dust floating in the air to nothingness and arrived in front of them almost instantly, enveloping Bai Shirley, Lilith, and the 2 Federation majors behind the former. In an instant, the 4 of them were reduced to ashes. However, the God Concealment Shuttle's star cannon energy beam was not over yet and continued to blast forward. Under the impact, the landing ship that Bai Shirley had just stepped out of was instantly pierced through, producing a huge explosion. In an instant, flames soared into the sky as the landing ship turned into a huge fireball and crashed to the ground. Just a single shot had destroyed a landing ship. At the same time, there were 4 powerhouses, including Bai Shirley. Among the latter, there were even 2 level 7 star core realm powerhouses. However, under the attack of the star cannon energy beam, they were still reduced to ashes, not leaving behind a single hair. In the distance, Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Now that even Bai Shirley was dead, there was no one who had seen his true appearance. Even if he returned to Sky River Planet, Yi Xian did not have to worry at all. Although Bai Shirley had left behind a portrait that was 60 to 70% similar to his original appearance, there were so many Federation citizens on Sky River Planet that there were many who looked alike. Yi Xian only needed to disguise himself a little and it would be foolproof. However, although his worries had been resolved, the trouble in front of him was clearly not over yet. Almost at the same instant that the God Concealment Shuttle's star cannon energy beam blasted out, the other 9 landing ships in the surroundings had also blasted out smaller energy beams one after another, sweeping toward Yi Xian. They intertwined in the air, forming a bright net of light beams, which was quite a sight to behold. However, Yi Xian immediately urged the God Concealment Shuttle to change its position. At this moment, he was no longer within the range of the intertwining energy beams. It was only now that he realized how advanced the concealment array that Bai Shirley had engraved on the God Concealment Shuttle's hull was. Before the shot was fired, Yi Xian was still worried that the launch of the star cannon would affect the concealment array of the God Concealment Shuttle, causing its hull to be revealed. But now it seemed that this was not the case at all. From this alone, one could see how advanced the concealment array was. The remaining 9 landing ships were not equipped with star cannons. They were not at all. The energy beams fired from star cannon had a diameter of 10 meters, but the diameters of these small energy cannons were only about half a meter or so. Star cannons were only about half a meter. Even if the stars, even if the God Concealment Shuttle, translation, the God Concealment Shuttle. On the other hand, the 10 planetary-class Federation battleships in the sky were also equipped with star cannons. The energy beams fired from them were also 10 meters in diameter. Even if the energy shield of the God Concealment Shuttle could withstand 1 or 2 of the attacks, the amount of star core energy consumed to defend against such attacks was obviously very frightening. Yi Xian did not have a lot of star core energy to replenish the energy shield of the God Concealment Shuttle. He was not sure if it would be enough for the energy shield to withstand a few shots. Therefore, to him, the most important thing right now was to escape. Bai Shirley was already dead. He was not in the mood to be entangled with the 9 landing ships. Following Yi Xian's thought, the God Concealment Shuttle turned around. After circling a little, it quickly shot into the sky. The direction it was facing was the gap between the flagship of the 10 planetary-class Federation battleships in the sky and another battleship. The planet below was so huge that even if the 10 battleships could surround it, the gap between the 2 battleships was obviously very wide. Under the circumstances where the God Concealment Shuttle was not exposed, it was entirely possible for it to rush out directly. Like a fish that had broken through a net, as long as this layer of defense was broken through, there would be a wide open sky. At the same time, in the central flagship of the 10 battleships in the sky, a major with a pale face roared like thunder. Everyone in the flagship central control room saw the scene that happened on the surface of the planet clearly through the big screen. The destruction of a landing ship and the death of 2 low-level Federation officers was already enough for them to drink a pot of wine when they returned. Now, even Bai Shirley had been blasted into smithereens. This matter was simply too shocking. It was obvious that they had to bear the anger of both Bai Zhengjun and Heavenly River Planet's military commander, Zhao Long, at the same time. Whether or not they could survive was another matter altogether. At this moment, the crisis of life and death had already caused the face of the Major to turn ferocious. He stomped his feet and cursed while issuing orders. "Kill him! You must kill him! Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Damn it! Even Bai Shirley is dead. It's over this time. Activate the space oscillator. No matter the energy consumption, activate all 10 battleships, form a space oscillation net, and force that guy's hidden battleship out. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? I didn't expect that there would be a second person here besides Bai Shirley who engraved a concealment array on a private small battleship. If not, how could we be so careless? Damn it! This is too extravagant. Isn't it just a private small battleship? In addition to the engraving of a concealment array, there are actually star cannons. This is simply asking for our lives. Wang, as the Major complained with despair and exasperation, the flagship under his feet suddenly shook slightly, and a low buzzing sound that was low but at a very fast frequency was heard. In fact, the 9 battleships in the other directions also did the same. This was the sign that the space oscillator had been activated and began to work. This kind of device can't be equipped on small and medium-sized battleships because it consumes too much energy, and because it produces a vibration effect against space, it also has a certain impact on the hull itself. Only strong large battleships can be equipped with it. At this time, the 10 entry-level large battleships activated the space oscillator at the same time regardless of the energy consumption. In an instant, an invisible net was constructed above this huge black planet. This net covered the entire space above the planet, causing it to tremble violently. Although the body of the hidden God shuttle was engraved with a concealment array, it had a special effect against this kind of space oscillation. In the next moment, the hidden God shuttle, which had just rushed to the gap between the 2 battleships at an extremely fast speed, revealed the shape of the battleship without any suspense. It was captured by the 10 planet-level battleships and was immediately locked on. Fire! 10 battleships, fire the star cannons. Turn him into ashes. Roar! With a crazy and ruthless light in his eyes, The Major in the flagship's control room stared closely at the hidden god shuttle that appeared on the big screen in front of him. He gritted his teeth and issued the order to attack. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly hit Yi Xian's heart, causing his expression to change drastically. He suddenly roared, "Turn off the energy shield. Ignore the defense. Break through at full speed." Chapter 2611. Chapter 2611. Chapter 2611 Tianhe Star Turbulence. Wang. At this moment, Yi Xian's ears were filled with this kind of high-frequency, low, buzzing sound. The entire God concealment shuttle seemed to be placed on a platform that was vibrating at high speed. The hull of the shuttle continued to vibrate, which was caused by the strange power of the space oscillator. It directly affected the speed of the God concealment shuttle, allowing the star cannons of the 10 planetary-level warships to have the possibility of locking onto the shuttle. And at this time, Yi Xian's order was to turn off the energy shield, disregard the defense, and break out at full speed. This was a gamble with his life on the line. Even if the energy shield was not turned off, it could not withstand the bombardment of the 10 star cannon's energy beams at the same time. It would eventually be destroyed, and turning on the energy shield would consume a part of the energy, which would more or less affect the speed of the God concealment shuttle. After weighing the two options, Yi Xian made a choice at the risk of his life. Either throw everything aside and break out with speed, or if he could not break out of this space oscillation area, the final result would be the destruction of the shuttle and the death of the passengers. Shio! 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 It was as if the sound of the scorching white energy beams could be heard as the 10 star cannon's energy beams converged at the same time. At the same time, the energy shield that enveloped the God concealment shuttle disappeared in an instant. What accompanied it was that the shuttle, which seemed to have fallen into a swamp, suddenly rushed upwards. This was a sign of the instantaneous increase in speed. It was this sudden rush that allowed the God concealment shuttle, which was trapped in this high-frequency space oscillation area, to break free with a whoosh. It rushed out of the large oscillation net and entered the normal universe void outside the net. It was also at this time that the 10 terrifying star cannon's energy beams came rumbling, all landing on the position where the God concealment shuttle was at half an instant ago. The terrifying energy exploded, actually tearing apart that small area of space that was vibrating at high frequency, forming a void black hole with a radius of a few miles. The endless suction force of the black hole came, and a large amount of floating dust was drawn in. It was directly swallowed. At this time, the God concealment shuttle that had rushed out of the encirclement had activated its energy shield again under the command of Yi Xian. Then, with a speed that surpassed that of the 10 planetary-level warships, it instantly rushed into the void of the galaxy in the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ran away? It actually ran away? We are finished? Quick! Hurry and evacuate. The space collapsed. This black hole will gradually expand and eventually swallow everything. Immediately report to the Tianhe Star. We are in big trouble. In the flagship's main command, the Star level warship. After he gritted his teeth and cursed, he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. Because of this, what he had to face is. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order at all. In the next second after the formation of this miniature void black hole, the other planetary-level warships in the surroundings had already activated their maximum speed and retreated into the distance at the same time, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. A black hole would swallow everything, and once a black hole was formed, it was very difficult to repair it. Of course, a single beam of energy from a star cannon couldn't break open the void of the galaxy. In fact, the probability of 10 or even 100 beams of energy from a star cannon working together was very small. However, it just so happened that the only point of convergence of these 10 star cannons was under the influence of the space oscillator. As such, the probability of this happening was greatly increased. Could only be said that these guys were unlucky. Even if the probability of a black hole was increased, it might not necessarily appear. However, this time they had hit the jackpot. This black hole had clearly appeared. The entire vast and boundless domain of the graveyard had originally been a huge black hole that was slowly forming. Now, a real black hole had suddenly appeared in this unformed black hole. Although it was very small, its current area was almost like a sesame seed in the ocean compared to the entire domain of the Graveyard of Stars. However, it had appeared after all. As time passed, the entire domain of the Graveyard of Stars would be affected. It was just that no one could say for sure what kind of effect it would have. Even Yi Xian, who had already escaped, had never expected that his forced escape would leave behind such a huge hidden danger, which would affect the entire domain of the Graveyard of Stars at some point in the future, and even Universe 3, where the Myriad Luo Federation was located. The 10 starships soon left, but this enormous black star didn't calm down. Instead, the storm raged even more fiercely. A powerful suction force was constantly emitting from the miniature black hole, which was about a mile in diameter. It slowly sucked in the surrounding void and the floating dust on the surface of the planet below, and then devoured it. The sky above the black star had already turned into a land of death. When this scene was witnessed by Baldy Sue and the others, who had just walked out of the cave in the depths of the dry trench, they opened their mouths wide and fell into a daze at the same time, as if they had made an agreement. They didn't know about the deaths of Lilith and Bai Shirley, nor did they know that the 10 starships had fired at the same time. Therefore, they couldn't understand how this miniature black hole had appeared in the sky. However, there was one thing they all understood, which was that something big was going to happen on the Heavenly River planet this time. This was a black hole. A real black hole had appeared in the domain of the Graveyard of Stars. In fact, before the 10 starships of the Federation returned, the entire Heavenly River planet was in an uproar while they were still on their way back. The death of Bai Shirley wasn't a big deal, but the miniature black hole was a matter of great importance. The major on the flagship didn't dare to hide it, so he contacted the Heavenly River planet and reported it as it was. The officials of the Heavenly River planet didn't dare to hide it either. They published it on the internal Skynet of the Heavenly River planet as soon as possible, and reported it to Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, the commander of the garrison on the Heavenly River planet. At this moment, in the official residence of the Heavenly River planet's Heavenly River City in the northern region of the Heavenly River planet, Bai Jingjuan's thunderous roars were echoing incessantly. Good-for-nothings. Trash. A bunch of bastards. My good grandson is gone just like that? Goddamn space pirates. I, Bai Zhengjun, will never let this go. I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Contact the capital of the Heavenly Dust Empire immediately. I want to talk to Jiaheng. His son is gone. At the same time, in a huge starry city above the vast ocean in the eastern region of the Heavenly River planet, Zhao Long, the commander of the Heavenly River Planet Federation's army, was in the same state as Bai Zhengjun. At this moment, he was so angry that he was laughing. A black hole? A black hole? Ha ha ha. This is too big. Who would have thought that a real black hole would appear in the domain of the Graveyard of Stars? Contact the capital of the Heavenly Dust Empire immediately and report it to the military headquarters. Tell them that I'm here to kill those good-for-nothings with my own hands. Chapter 26:12. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Star Core Level 5 in the Federation's military. A 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was only an entry-level battleship. A 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was considered the main battleship of a small country. The Sky River Star Federation's military was also equipped with a stellar-class battleship. One of them was allocated to Bai Zhengjun to act as his bodyguard. As for the other 99 stellar-class battleships, the Major General of the Sky River Star Federation's military was in the hands of Zhao Long. Of course, in the Sky River Star Federation's military, the 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was not the most advanced. There was also a 5,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship. It was no longer in the shape of a traditional battleship. Instead, it was shaped like a beehive. This kind of 5,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was considered a small one. In the capital Tianchun Star, there was an even larger one. However, in the Sky River Star, other than the 99 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships, there were only 2 of them. Usually, they would not be deployed because the energy consumption was too terrifying. The Sky River Star Federation's military did not have such a 10,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship. Following Zhao Long's orders, 20 Stellar-class Federation battleships flew out of the Sky River Star and quickly rushed to the area where the incident occurred. This powerful fleet would immediately seal off the area where the miniature black hole appeared to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. At the same time, they would wait for the experts from Tianqin Star to resolve this matter. At the same time, the Sky River Star's planetary-class battleship, Bai Zhengjun, also spread the news of Yi Xian's arrest through various channels. This time, it was no longer an official arrest warrant. After all, even Bai Zhengjun had to keep a low profile after causing such a big trouble. However, this time, the bounty on the wanted poster issued by the black market had increased tenfold from the previous 10 billion star coins to a terrifying 100 billion star coins. As the news spread, a large number of interstellar mercenaries and Federation powerhouses swarmed out of the Sky River Star and rushed to the depths of the Graveyard Star region. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. Yi Xian didn't stop for even a second after that enormous black star had escaped. He drove the God-concealing shuttle at full speed, traveling day and night through the vast void of the domain of the buried meteorite for 5 days straight. Only when he felt that he was far enough away from that non-stellar region did Yi Xian stop. Although he didn't know about the miniature black hole, just the death of Bai Shirley was enough for Heavenly River Star to not let this matter rest. As a result, when Yi Xian, who was fleeing all the way, found some planets that were worth excavating along the way, he clenched his teeth and forcefully endured it, directly ignoring it. However, now that he was in a safe zone, exploring the stars and excavating the star core origin immediately became his top priority. Not only did the Spirit Concealment Shuttle's energy module need it, but he also needed it urgently for himself. There was a limit to the speed at which an ordinary powerhouse could absorb the star core origin, but Yi Xian had the Astral Devourer and the Devouring System, so this limit was basically reduced to the extreme. As long as he had enough star core sources, his strength would be able to continuously rise. Bai Shirley's death caused the sense of danger in Yi Xian's heart to grow even stronger. He had to grow up as soon as possible. After all, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Yi Xian believed that one day, the truth of Bai Shirley's death would be uncovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin, level 4 green, 1 foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin, level 3 green, half a foot square. The stellar region in front of him was quite barren. Yi Xian had only encountered a small private warship on his way here, and after arriving here, there was nothing in the vast void except for a large number of stars of varying sizes and cosmic dust. However, although it was barren, the stars in this stellar region did not disappoint Yi Xian. He had simply controlled the Soul Concealment Shuttle to wander around casually when the notifications of the Devouring System continuously rang out in his mind. It was the system that had captured the aura of the star core origin within these stars through the innate ability of the star-devouring beast that he had already fused with. Although most of the notifications did not attract Yi Xian's attention, because the star core origin in the center of the stars was too little or the level was too low, so he did not care. However, there were some stars that had a considerable amount of star core origin. For example, there was a star that was so small that it was almost like a meteor. The core of the star core contained a level 6 blue star core that was a foot long. To the current Yi Xian, this was simply a pleasant surprise. In the following time, Yi Xian went all out and excavated this stellar region for 3 whole days. The amount of star core origin he had collected was enough to fill up a cabin in the Hidden Soul Shuttle, and all of them were level 3 green star core origin and above. Among them, the best quality was even level 7 purple star core origin. However, there was not much of this level 7 purple star core origin, only about a quarter of a foot square, which made Yi Xian feel quite regretful. After 3 days, Ling Yi decided to stop the excavation. For safety reasons, he decided to absorb this pile of star core origin first and improve his cultivation strength before doing anything else. As there were many stars in this stellar region that had been excavated by him, it was no longer safe. Therefore, Ling Yi drove the Hidden Soul Shuttle and left this stellar region. He found a secluded and inconspicuous star in another stellar region that was 1 day's journey away and landed there. After choosing a place to cultivate in seclusion, Ling Yi restrained his aura and ordered the system to absorb the star core origin in the cabin. Of course, before the order was issued, Yi Xian had already sorted out the star core origin that almost filled the entire cabin. The level 7 purple star core origin that was about 1/4 of a foot square, and the level 6 blue star core origin that was about a foot square were stored in another cabin. He planned to use such high-quality goods when he reached the level 6 star core realm so that he could use them more efficiently. The rest of the star core origin was level 5 red star core origin and below, which was suitable for Yi Xian at the moment. However, he did not absorb all of them. He stuffed about 1/3 of them into the energy cabin of the Hidden Soul Shuttle. The star core origin in the energy cabin was not to be absorbed immediately. The energy of the star core origin that was thrown in would be absorbed when it was idle and then stored in the energy core of the Hidden Soul Shuttle. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid of too much. As for the empty star core crystals that had been absorbed, they would automatically be moved out of a small cabin on the side. This time, the seclusion lasted for 2 whole days. When there was only about 2 feet square of level 3 blue star core origin left in the cabin that was used to absorb the star core origin, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 26:13. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. I am rich. Yi Xian opened his eyes when he heard the notification from the devouring system, ending his seclusion. He first sensed the power of the 5th order core stage and was delighted to find that it was indeed much stronger. However, when he scanned the cabin of the Soul Concealment Shuttle with his consciousness, he realized that the small mountain of star core origins had been reduced to a small pile of level 3 cyan star core origins. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was only at the 5th order core stage, yet he needed such a large amount of star core origins to break through. What about the 6th order, 7th order, 8th order, and 9th order? As for the meteor stage after the core stage, there was no need to even mention it. It seemed that he would have to spend most of his energy on mining star core origins in the future. When he realized this, Yi Xian realized how lucky he was to have encountered a young star devourer as soon as he entered the astral world. He knew that the star devourer was very precious, otherwise, the devouring system would not have evaluated its bloodline as rare grade. However, Yi Xian had not realized the importance of star core origins and how difficult it was to extract them, so he did not have a strong feeling about it. It was only now that he finally understood. Although there were many star beasts in the vast universe, there were not many whose bloodlines could be extracted. Among them, the Star Devourer was definitely ranked at the top. The Star Devourer was even rarer. Even if one encountered one, if it was already an adult, its bloodline could not be extracted, so it was useless. This was also the reason why an existence like Bai Shirley would be so crazy after encountering a young space devourer. He did not hesitate to leave the guard fleet alone and pay a huge price to capture it. If Yi Xian had not obtained the Star Devourer, his cultivation level would still be stagnant at the 1st order core stage. Even the Soul Concealment Shuttle would not be a dream. However, even if he had the Star Devourer's bloodline, Yi Xian was still under a lot of pressure. First of all, the various auxiliary systems of the devouring system needed to be activated. Some special treasures and resources must be obtained, such as the activation of the devouring system. In addition, even if it was an activated devouring system, the amount of fusion energy required to fuse with a treasure was already quite a large expenditure. It wasn't even lower than the amount of fusion energy required to increase Yi Xian's own strength. His spirit concealment shuttle had already appeared on the surveillance screens of the 10 planetary-level warships. As long as it appeared in front of others, his identity would be immediately exposed. Therefore, for Yi Xian, the next thing he had to do was to find a suitable small warship and fuse it 3 more times to change the external characteristics of the spirit concealment shuttle. Not to mention a suitable small warship, just the amount of star core origin required for 3 fusions was bound to be substantial. In other words, Yi Xian needed a large amount of planetary core origin for his own cultivation. On the other hand, the newly activated fusion system also needed a large amount of planetary core origin. Under such circumstances, even though he had the Star Devourer's bloodline, which was extremely sensitive to planetary core origin and could easily detect its aura, Yi Xian still felt the pressure on his shoulders very heavy. In such a short period of time, I have already broken through from level 1 to level 5. It is really inconvenient for me to continue breaking through crazily. It takes time to stabilize my cultivation. Otherwise, if my foundation is not stable, it will affect my future achievements. Clenching his fists, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, I'll use the next period of time to excavate the source of the star core. For the third fusion of the God Concealment Shuttle, as well as the next breakthrough in cultivation. Mining. Crazily mining. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian jumped into the Spirit Concealment Shuttle. With a thought, he flew up from the planet where he had been in seclusion and once again rushed toward the depths of the Graveyard Star Zone. Along the way, the devouring system's notification rang in his mind from time to time, but Yi Xian ignored it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 3 cyan, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 2 orange, half a foot square. These were all low-level goods below level 4, which could no longer satisfy Yi Xian's needs, let alone arouse his interest. In Yi Xian's opinion, all of this was natural. However, if this matter were to spread to the ears of the other interstellar mercenaries or cultivators of the heavenly river star, they would probably instantly overturn a large amount of vinegar jars. For them, a level 2 orange planetary core origin that was half a foot square was definitely a big gain, but Yi Xian didn't care about it at all. In fact, the more important reason was that the system's notification sounds were very scattered in his mind. Often, they would only ring again when he was far away in the void. With the experience of mining planetary core origin in the void before, Yi Xian had already discovered that areas with a large amount of planetary core origin, or high-level planetary core origin, usually had a very high proportion of planetary core origin in the central core of all the stars in the star zone. If one looked at a large number of stars and only sensed a few of them contained planetary core origin, then this star zone would basically not have much to gain, so it was not worth staying in. 7 days passed in a flash. During these 7 days, Yi Xian had not stopped because he had not found an area with a relatively high density of stars containing planetary core origin that could be mined. When even he was getting a little impatient, a pleasant surprise finally came. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 6 blue, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 7 purple, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 9, 9-colored, weak reserve. As the system's notifications rang in his mind, Yi Xian was completely stunned. He even forgot to stop controlling the Hidden Soul Shuttle immediately. It was only when the system's notifications in his mind gradually faded away and he was far away from the star zone that he reacted with a jolt and hurriedly turned around. Forget about the level 4 green origin, even the level 6 blue origin was 2 feet square? Yi Xian had never seen such a large level 6 blue planetary core origin before. This color, the level 7 purple origin, was half a foot square, and there was even the legendary level 9 9-colored. Although the reserve was weak, this was a 9-colored planetary core origin. The fact that there was a level 9 9-colored planetary core origin in this place was already a problem. More importantly, when Yi Xian passed by this star zone, the system's notifications rang in his mind one after another almost without pause. There was a limit to how far the astral devourer could sense the aura of planetary core origin. The continuous notifications could only mean that in this star zone, the proportion of stars with planetary core origin in the center of the star zone was extremely high. Chapter 26:14. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A Great Harvest. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin. Level 9 9 colors. Low reserve. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin. Level 8. Black color. Low reserve. As Yi Xian controlled the God Concealment Shuttle to return and circled around the star field, the system prompt in his mind once again sounded out like a tide. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately start digging. He planned to roughly explore this area with an astonishing amount of star core origin energy, determine the best center point of the reserves, and then delineate the area. Then, from the center point, he would continuously excavate outwards. After half a day, the work was finally completed. Yi Xian was so excited that his face was flushed red, as if he was drunk. This was because the area with the densest amount of star core origin wasn't small at all. Even with his full speed, it would take Yi Xian several hours to cover the distance from the central point to the edges. He was now a level 5 star core realm warrior. It was easy to imagine the distance he would leave behind after flying at full speed for several hours. Furthermore, this was only the radius of the densest amount of star core origin. In short, this time he had to be rich even if he didn't want to. It was definitely going to be a great harvest. For the next half a month, Yi Xian stayed in this area. Although he had the bloodline ability of the Star Devourer beast, which allowed him to keenly sense if there was any star core origin at the center of the star field within a certain distance, he still didn't have enough star core origin. However, after confirming the amount of star core origin, Yi Xian still had to manually excavate the star core origin one by one until he reached a certain distance. Only then could he use the Devourer system's devouring hand to grab the star core origin. Therefore, the excavation progress wasn't very fast. However, Yi Xian had the heavenly meteorite sword that had been fused once, so the excavation speed wasn't slow at all. After half a month, he had excavated a total of more than 8,000 stars in this star field. The amount of star core origin he obtained was simply vast. After half a month of continuous excavation, the star core origin in this star field had basically been excavated by him. Although there were still some stars at the edges because they weren't of the highest quality and were more scattered, to the current Yi Xian had completely lost the motivation to excavate them. This time's crazy star core origin. Translation origin. Yi Xian immediately activated the God Concealment Shuttle and quickly left the star field. After all, in such a small star field, so many stars had been excavated at a high density. Regardless of whether there were any gains or how much they had, this kind of action was worthy of suspicion. Once other experts passed by and discovered the situation, there would definitely be trouble. It wasn't that Yi Xian was afraid of trouble. The problem was that he was anxious to take stock of his gains. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. The Soul Concealment Shuttle traveled at full speed for 4 full days before finally stopping at a rather remote star field. Yi Xian's figure landed on an extremely barren black star. He hid underground and began to take inventory. At this moment, almost all the cabins of the Soul Concealment Shuttle were filled with star core sources of different colors and levels. Of course, every time Yi Xian harvested something, he would collect the star core origins and store them in the Spirit Concealment Shuttle's cabin. He would classify them according to their color and grade, so it was very convenient to count them now. In addition to the main control room, the Soul Concealment Shuttle had 12 cabins, 8 of which were empty. Right now, all 8 cabins were filled with star core origins. The colors and grades of these star core origins ranged from level 4 green to level 5 red, level 6 blue, level 7 purple, including the legendary level 8 black and level 9 colored. Yi Xian didn't specially mind the star core origins of level 3 blue and below. However, there were other high-grade star core origins beside them. Yi Xian collected all of these star core origins, but he didn't pile them up. Instead, he threw them all into the energy cabin of the Soul Concealment Shuttle. After the energy contained in them was quickly absorbed, they turned into piles of blank star core crystals and piled up into a small mountain at the bottom of the cabin. Among the 8 cabins, level 4 green star core origins were piled up in 5 cabins. The total amount reached hundreds of cubic meters. It wasn't a cubic meter, it was a cubic meter. In the other 3 cabins, level 5 red star core origins were piled up in an entire cabin, nearly 100 cubic meters. Of the other 2 cabins, one was full while the other still had a lot of space. The full one was piled up with level 6 blue and level 7 purple. The former was more than 70 cubic meters, while the latter was more than 20 cubic meters. The last cabin that wasn't full was filled with level 8 black and level 9 colored legendary star core origins. Of these 2 legendary star core origins, Yi Xian had mined a total of 2 cubic meters of the level 8 black origin, while the top-notch level 9 colored origin was in fist-sized pieces. There were a total of 108 pieces, which didn't even add up to half a cubic meter. However, Yi Xian had stored them in the most secretive part of the cabin. He had even added layers of protective formations to conceal the dazzling 9-colored radiance of his eyes. Yi Xian didn't plan to use the level 7 purple, level 8 black, and level 9 9-colored origin for now. It would be too wasteful. He planned to use them when he broke through to the level 9 star core realm. Currently, his cultivation was at the level 5 star core realm, which was 4 small stages away from the level 9 star core realm. The remaining level 6 blue, level 5 red, and level 4 green star core origins were simply too vast. In Yi Xian's opinion, it should be enough for him to fill these 4 small stages of the star core realm. No matter what, I have to fill up the energy reserve of the soul concealment shuttle first. I'll have to use it in the future. After checking, Yi Xian made a decision. With a thought, the entire level 4 green star core origins in the cabin started to flow into the energy cabin. After the energy was quickly absorbed, they turned into empty green star core crystals and appeared in the largest cabin of the soul concealment shuttle. This process continued for almost a day. After consuming half a cabin's level 4 green star core origins, the soul concealment shuttle's energy reserve was finally full. There was no way to extract more. Yi Xian piled the empty energy cabin into half of the level 4 green star core origins before stopping. At this point, apart from the level 7 purple star core origins and above, Yi Xian still had 300 cubic meters of level 4 green star core origins, nearly 100 cubic meters of level 5 red star core origins, and more than 70 cubic meters of level 6 blue star core origins. Chapter 26:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Immortal Rank Fragment for Yi Xian. He definitely did not lack star core sources for the time being, but in the face of the mountain-like pile of star core sources in the Spirit Concealment Shuttle, he suddenly felt at a loss for what to do. He did not know what to do next. In terms of cultivation, he had made several breakthroughs in a short period of time. Currently, he was already at level 5 star core realm. It was not good for him to continue to make rapid progress in the near future. Otherwise, his foundation would not be stable, and it would affect him greatly in the future. Of course, there were many other things he could do besides cultivating, such as fusing treasures and so on. But now, he had a huge amount of star core sources, but he did not have any treasures to fuse them with. After some hesitation, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to return to Sky River Planet first. Before the Spirit Concealment Shuttle completed its third fusion, it could not be shown to the public. This was a very serious restriction that had to be solved as soon as possible. In addition, the empty star core crystals in the bottom compartment were almost full. These were all star coins. He could not just throw them away like trash, right? Only when he returned to Sky River Planet could he exchange them for star coins at the Federation Hall. Of course, it could be polished physical objects, or virtual star coins tied to his identity as a citizen of the Federation. Yi Xian obviously preferred the latter. With the star coins, one could exchange them for all kinds of treasures, cultivation techniques, special materials, and other cultivation resources in the Federal Affairs Hall. Of course, the star core sources that had not been absorbed were more valuable and could be exchanged for more things. Yi Xian had roughly glanced at many items before. Many of the items were specifically marked that they could only be exchanged with star core sources or other treasures. Star coins were not accepted. This was not a problem for Yi Xian. As long as there was something he really needed, be it star coins or star core sources, he could take them all out and in large quantities. The only pity was that star coins and star core sources could only be exchanged for items in the Myriad Federation Hall. They could not be exchanged for items in the Devour Exchange Shop. In order to exchange for items, techniques, bloodlines, and abilities from the system, one needed Devour sources. Yi Xian only had one Devour source at the moment, and it was a bonus when the system was upgraded to the star level. Everything that could be exchanged for was of little value. Myriad Federation is so big. Devour sources. News. Yi Xian translation news. Star coins and star core sources. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. His desire to return to Heavenly River Star instantly soared, so he didn't hesitate any longer. After activating the concealment formation of the God Concealment Shuttle, the battleship instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the vast void. On the way back, the number of Federation experts they encountered was clearly much greater than when they first arrived. Although Yi Xian was well aware of this, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he could have connected to the Heavenly River Planet's federal network through the Soul Concealment Shuttle's onboard system. He could have used that to investigate the situation and news on Heavenly River Planet. However, after thinking about it over and over again, Yi Xian gave up in the end. The Heavenly River Star's Starry Sky network was obviously very powerful. If he left behind something like a back door or a wooden horse in the God Concealment Shuttle system, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Because of this, Yi Xian thought of another problem, which was his information channel in the future. The devour sources he needed were not ordinary items. It was hard to say whether the small Sky River Star had any, but there was a huge Tianqian country on Sky River Star. Above Tianqian country there were 3 big empires, and above those 3 empires there was the whole Immortal Dynasty. It was certain that the devour sources existed in the entire Immortal Dynasty, but Yi Xian had no way of obtaining this information because he had no access to the star network. In the scientific and technological base of the human world of the Myriad Luo Federation, there was a superbrain in almost every administrative planet. It was the central data processing center of the administrative planet, and it was also the network hub that connected the neighboring administrative planets. Battleships that roamed the void of the galaxy could also connect to it through the equipment on the battleships. The maximum distance was determined by the level of the battleship. The larger the battleship, the greater the distance it could maintain a network connection with the superbrain of the administrative planet. Of course, this kind of network was only the internal network of a single administrative planet. The star network of the technological faction of the Immortal Dynasty had 4 levels. In the Immortal Star where the Imperial capital was located, there was an immortal superbrain. Half of the endless territory of the Imperial capital was covered by the network of this immortal superbrain. This was the Level 1 network. The 3 big empires under the Imperial capital were the Level 2 network. The Level 3 network was for the hundreds of small countries under the 3 big empires. Below the small countries was the Level 4 network, which was the internal network of each planet's administrative planet. The star superbrain in the Sky River planet was one of the many Level 4 networks in the Tianqian Nation star sector. In the Sky River planet and its surrounding star sectors, anyone who wanted to access the Level 3 network of the Tianqian Nation had to go through it. Unfortunately, not everyone had the authority to access a Level 3 superbrain through the Level 4 superbrain. This was because the star superbrain of an administrative planet required a terrifying amount of energy to access the higher level network. Without sufficient authority, the star superbrain could not provide any service. Although the devouring system was powerful, it could not forcibly suppress the star superbrain of an administrative planet and make it work for Yi Xian. As if it had sensed Yi Xian's distress, the devouring system's notification suddenly rang. Ding! System notification. To activate the Universal Independent Communication System, an immortal-level star superbrain is required. The first half of the notification made Yi Xian inexplicably happy, but after hearing the second half, he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. An immortal-level star superbrain? That was the first-level network core of the undying star of the royal capital. If they could get their hands on something like that, would Yi Xian have to worry about not being able to devour the origin? Ding! System notification. Searching for items in the Sky River Star Federation Exchange Hall. Ding! Discovered required item. Withered Superbrain X1. Rank. Immortal status. Deep slumber after atrophy. Form. Horn fragment. Value treasure grade. Yi Xian was petrified. It was an immortal rank superbrain. How did he find it so easily? Why did it feel like a dream? Even though it was only a fragment of a fragment that had fallen off from a shriveled superbrain, the words immortal were more than enough to crush everything. Moreover, even the devouring system's appraisal value was precious grade. Just a fragment of a piece could be appraised as precious grade by the system. Just this point alone explained a lot of things. Ding! Item appraisal complete. Enter Sky River Star? Only when the system notification rang in his mind again did Yi Xian recover from his great surprise. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly arrived at Sky River Star. It was right in front of him. No wonder the devouring system could check the information of the items in the Federation Exchange Hall. Chapter 26:16. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A mountain of stellar core crystals. Considering that the divine concealment shuttle could not be exposed, Yi Xian stopped in a void far away from the heavenly river planet. He spread out his divine sense, and after confirming that there was nothing suspicious in the vast starry sky around him, he stepped out of the divine concealment shuttle and put it into his body with a wave of his hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yi Xian once again arrived at the entrance to the heavenly river planet's protective barrier that he had passed through before. He blended in with the many powerhouses of the Federation and quickly entered the interior of the planet. With ease and familiarity, Yi Xian went straight to the floating platform where the Heavenly River Planet Federation's Hall of Affairs was located. He walked toward the window that specialized in purchasing blank stellar core crystals. The civil servants of the Federation in the window were all intelligent robots. Of course, as a service organization, these intelligent robots' appearances were still very pleasing to the eye. They were all beautiful women. The technology of the human race in the Myriad Federation was quite advanced in terms of the appearance and construction of artificial robots, so much so that they could pass for real. The platform of the Heavenly River Planet Federation's Hall of Affairs was extremely vast, spanning dozens of square kilometers. Different buildings handled different affairs, so there was a lot of traffic. There was a long queue at almost every window or reception area. However, this window for purchasing blank stellar core crystals was the only one that was completely empty. Before Yi Xian arrived, this place was like a government office without a single person. Although it was a little strange, it was not difficult to understand. Although almost everyone in the vast Federation had something like stellar core crystals, after all, it was the most common and most important resource needed for cultivation. However, unless one had a special bloodline like Lilith's, or had a devouring system like Yi Xian's, the progress of ordinary cultivators in absorbing the energy contained in stellar core crystals was actually extremely slow. This situation directly led to the fact that even if cultivators could continuously obtain stellar core crystals that had been drained of their energy, they would only exchange them for star coins after accumulating a certain amount. This was the fundamental reason why this stellar core crystal exchange window was so empty. When Yi Xian approached the window, the beautiful robot inside immediately turned to look at him. Before she could ask, Yi Xian spoke first. "Hello, I would like to exchange for some stellar core crystals." Yes, star coins, virtual ones, not physical ones. Perhaps it was because this window was too cold and cheerless, but Yi Xian standing here by himself was extremely eye-catching. As a result, some of the Federation experts who were queuing up at the other windows subconsciously turned their heads to look over. Yes, the beautiful robot voice came from the voice. The system voice translation from translation. The system voice translation is translation. Voice from translation. Translation voice translation from within the window. The voice of the robot beauty sounded out. It was extremely pleasant to hear, and the smile on her face was also very amiable. It caused the remaining trace of nervousness in Yi Xian to disappear. However, looking at the window in front of him, which was only half a meter in size, he was a little stunned. After a moment, he grinned awkwardly. Is this the window? Isn't it a little too small? Don't you have a stellar core pouch? I suggest you exchange for one. The Federation Exchange Hall is on the east side. The beautiful robot's smile was still the same as before. She raised her hand and pointed to the east side of the window. A stellar core pouch with a capacity of 1 cubic meter only costs 10,000 star coins. Even a top-grade stellar core pouch with a capacity of 10 cubic meters only costs 1 million star coins. Of course, it's not usually used. Yi Xian knew about the stellar core pouch she was talking about. This time, he did plan to exchange for a few to prevent the God Concealment Shuttle's bottom compartment from being full again. The stellar core pouch was jointly created by the top space technology experts of the Federation Science and Technology faction and refiners of the Cultivation faction. Of course, it was not done by hand, but by an assembly line. Otherwise, there would be no way to open up the supply and promote the exchange on such a large scale. The reason for this type of stellar core pouch was that after the energy contained in the stellar core pouch was drained and turned into a blank stellar core crystal, it would continue to slowly absorb energy from the outside and store it inside. Because of this characteristic, ordinary space magical equipment was not suitable for storing stellar core crystals. Otherwise, in the long run, the magical equipment's quality and level would be affected. This type of stellar core pouch was made with special craftsmanship and special materials. In addition, it was mass-produced on a large scale. Its value was not high, so there was no such hidden danger. However, not to mention that Yi Xian did not have a stellar core pouch now. Even if he had one, it would not be able to store the stellar core crystals that he had transferred from the bottom compartment of the God Concealment Shuttle and stored in his body. The top-grade stellar core pouch only had a capacity of 10 cubic meters. He had hundreds of cubic meters of stellar core crystals. How was he going to store them? He could not just reach out and hand him a bunch of pouches, could he? Caught off guard, Yi Xian felt extremely embarrassed. I don't have a stellar core pouch for the time being. Also, the space in the stellar core pouch is not enough. Because my stellar core crystals are, more than enough. So, can you make a warehouse or something for me to store them in? The beautiful robot at the window was stunned. Warehouse? He was just retrieving a bit of stellar core pouch and he was asking for a warehouse? She had never encountered such a situation before. At the other windows on the left and right sides, some snickers could be heard at this time, revealing a sense of mockery and ridicule. Sorry, this is the reception window, not a warehouse. If you really have a lot of stellar core crystals and cannot pass them in through the window, I suggest that you take them out directly and put them on the counter. I will help you count them. The beautiful robot's voice was still pleasant, but the smile on her face was gone. With the technology of the Eternal Dynasty, it was already possible for these intelligent robots to have some simple emotional transformations. After all, the Tianji race had already developed self-awareness and finally rebelled against the human race. In comparison, this kind of simple emotional transformations was really nothing. Counter. Yi Xian glanced at the long and narrow platform outside the window in front of him and pouted. I don't think I can put them all in here. How about I pile them on the ground? There's no one here anyway. But you just said that you would be the one to count them. Actually, I'm more inclined to put them in the room. Why don't you open the door? The beautiful robot's expression became more and more unpleasant, and even her tone was cold. Please abide by the rules of the reception hall. During working hours, no windows or doors are allowed to be opened casually. Alright, you can take out your stellar core crystals now. If you really have a lot, I can ask for help from the higher-ups. Alright, that's what you said. Anyway, I've already suggested it, so there's nothing you can do if you don't listen. Yi Xian shrugged, then raised his hand and waved, taking out the large pile of stellar core crystals that he had stored in advance. Walala. A continuous series of strange sounds rang out. In an instant, a small mountain of stellar core crystals of various colors was piled up on the ground behind him. There were at least 200 to 300 cubic meters of them. Chapter 26:17. The purple lightning shuttle engraved with the speed formation. Hello? Hello? Beauty. Can you hear me? Did you run out of battery? After Yi Xian called out a few times, the robot Beauty, whose mouth was agape and eyes glazed over, as if she had run out of battery, finally came back to her senses with a jolt. Immediately, she turned to look at Yi Xian with a flushed face. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. I've never seen anyone bring so many star core crystals to exchange. The most I've ever brought was not even 1/10 of the amount here. I accidentally picked them up in space. Before this, they had been piled up in a valley behind an abandoned planet. They should have been scattered after a large battleship absorbed energy. Maybe there was a special situation, so it was not convenient to bring them along. Yi Xian grinned and explained everything in a few words. Although this kind of situation was 1 in a million, it didn't mean that it didn't exist at all. Normally, large battleships would absorb a lot of energy and accumulate a lot of star core crystals. If they were to encounter a sudden situation in space, it wasn't like they couldn't be treated as trash and dumped out. After all, the meaning they represented was only star coins. Although this explanation was bizarre, the Federation cultivators who were watching from the other windows all accepted it. It was like how it was difficult to win the lottery, but there were always such lucky people in the world. In their eyes, Yi Xian was undoubtedly one of them. Therefore, some sighs of admiration began to faintly ring out, all of them filled with envy. The robot beauty's work efficiency was not bad. In less than 3 minutes, a team of robots rushed over with instruments and star core capsules. They estimated the value of the pile of star core crystals on the spot, and then put them away with a large string of top-grade star core capsules. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a total of 1.68 billion star coins from the Federation. In less than a minute, Yi Xian heard the notification from the devouring system again. The huge amount of 1.68 billion startled him. A top-grade star core pouch with a space of 10 cubic meters only cost 1 million star coins. Didn't that mean that he could buy more than 1,000 of them? Yi Xian was stunned by the sudden wealth. He didn't know how he left the exchange window, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that he was already in the hall of another building on the floating platform. It was the largest Heavenly River Star Federation exchange hall. The hall was filled with people. The 3 walls on the left, right, and front were like LED LCD screens, but they were obviously much more high-end. They were densely packed with the words of the Federation. The 3 walls were divided into several large areas. Each area was further subdivided into many small areas. The items that were available for exchange were displayed in different categories. Anyone, as long as they had divine sense, could choose an item that they were interested in and extend their divine sense. All the items under this category, including their names and details, exchange requirements, prices, and so on, would appear in their mind. It was very convenient. Yi Xian only scanned through it briefly, and he felt like his eyes were going dizzy. The 3 walls were divided into thousands of small areas, and there were even more than a dozen large areas. It was a dazzling array of items. However, although there were many items available for exchange, it was impossible to successfully exchange for them without a corresponding amount of wealth. Among the dozen large areas, there was even a section that specifically limited the exchange of star core origin or treasures of the same value. It didn't accept star coins. The other large areas were divided into cultivation techniques, artifacts, battleships, special materials, and so on. The fragment of the immortal-level superbrain that Yi Xian was determined to get was classified as an unknown substance under the large area of special items. The exchange requirement was 10 million star coins. It was simply a bargain. Suppressing the wild beating of his heart, Yi Xian immediately extended his divine sense and branded it. The system prompt that 1 million star coins had been automatically deducted rang in his mind. This 1 million star coins was the deposit. After the divine sense imprint was branded, the item would no longer appear in that category. The rest of the items could not be found even if one searched for them. All Yi Xian needed to do was to wait in line at the window of another building on the opposite side to pay the balance and receive the exchange item. Of course, if he changed his mind at the last minute, the deducted star coins would not be refunded. Although it was only a deposit, as long as there were no accidents, this fragment of the immortal-level superbrain basically belonged to Yi Xian. This made his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, completely fall back. Then, he swept his divine sense to the large section of battleships on the opposite wall, where small private battleships were located. As his divine sense touched the words on the wall, a long list of lists instantly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. All of them were small private battleships of various models and features. There were more than 10,000 options. No matter which one he liked, as long as he thought about it, the corresponding performance parameters and features of the battleship, including the exchange requirements and price, would automatically appear. Yi Xian just wanted to casually get a battleship and fuse it 3 times. He only wanted to change the appearance of the Hidden God shuttle, but now that he had a choice, he naturally had to choose carefully. After some consideration, he decided to choose a battleship that had the advantage of speed. He already had the energy shield of the Hidden God shuttle and the star cannon, and these systems could be upgraded with each fusion in the future. It was fine as long as they were enough for now. There was no need to deliberately upgrade these two attributes. However, speed was extremely important. After all, the starry sky was vast and boundless. The faster the battleship was, the more time it would save for the cultivators. As for the advantage in escaping, that was even more important. Therefore, the speed of a small private battleship was indeed very important. After confirming, Yi Xian added the option of speed to the list before he thought about it. Soon, the original 10,000 battleships were reduced by 95%. There were only slightly more than 500 battleships left. Yi Xian looked all the way down from the top of the list, but he didn't see any battleships that had the advantage in speed that he wanted. They were basically just slightly faster than ordinary battleships. Just as he was feeling disappointed, a battleship at the bottom of the list attracted Yi Xian's interest. Purple Lightning Shuttle? With a shuttle and electricity, wouldn't it be very fast? With a thought, Yi Xian immediately pulled up the detailed information of this battleship. The first thing he saw was its exchange value. A simple line of words shocked Yi Xian so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Exchange requirement. Star coins are not accepted. Only star core sources are accepted. All are required to be level 6 blue. The amount is 1 cubic meter. Level 6 blue, and it was 1 cubic meter. To exaggerate, it was almost enough to buy all the other battleships on the list, nearly 500 of them. If not for Yi Xian's fortuitous encounter in the starry sky that made him a windfall, he probably wouldn't even be able to take out 1 cubic meter of level 6 blue star core sources. This was simply asking for a price without telling the heavens. It was too shameless. Chapter 26:18. Translator, Transin Editor. Transindongshu chapter. Although the cultivation faction and the technology faction of the human race in the Wanluo Federation were both very powerful, their cultivation methods and living environments were completely different. For example, in the technology faction, the main cultivation method was actually to use all kinds of gene-strengthening drugs to explore and enhance the potential of the human body. Of course, the technology faction also had various cultivation methods that belonged to the cultivation faction, but they were not mainstream. This was not reflected in the Sky River planet at all. After all, it was in the Graveyard Star region. Countless experts of the Federation came and went, so the mobility was not small. It could be said that after a long period of development, the two factions had almost reached the pinnacle of their respective fields. Whether it was the cultivation civilization or the technology civilization, it was unlikely that there would be any major breakthroughs and advancements in a short time. It was in this context that some special items that combined the elements of cultivation and technology had appeared, such as battleships that were engraved with some kind of array or magical equipment that had been added with technology. These kinds of items were really in high demand in both factions and were very rare. No administrative planet would casually throw them into the exchange hall of the Federation. In the exchange hall of the Federation of any administrative planet, in addition to the items provided by the government, private individuals could also provide items on commission, but they would charge a commission of 10%. This Purple Lightning Shuttle obviously belonged to this category. Its owner must be in urgent need of a large amount of level 6 blue star core origin. Otherwise, such an excellent item would never be given to someone else. In short, this was a rare opportunity that could only be found by chance. Yi Xian was well aware of this. But at this moment, while examining the performance parameters and various attributes of the Purple Lightning Shuttle, he fell into deep thought and hesitation. An entire cubic meter of level 6 blue star core origin was no joke. The previous batch of star core crystals was already a bit exaggerated. If he took out so many high-quality star core origin, it would be difficult for him not to be targeted. But he was extremely unwilling to give up just like that. After hesitating for a while, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and finally sent out his soul imprint. However, as the star core origin was a physical object, it could not be directly deducted by the exchange hall system. Therefore, the deposit was in the form of 10 million star coins. After the exchange of the star core origin, the system would automatically refund the 10 million star coins. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned around and left. He planned to head to the lobby of the opposite building to complete the transaction and leave Sky River Star immediately. Now that his wealth had been exposed, it was not wise to stay here any longer. However, At this moment, the notification from the devouring system sounded again. Ding! Discovered Dongshu Void Fragment. Value: a starry sky treasure, immeasurable. It is strongly recommended that the host participate in the auction. Dongshu Fragment? Auction? Yixian was shocked and stopped in his tracks. As far as he could remember, this was the first time the devouring system had added the word intense in front of a suggestion. It had not even appeared when he discovered the fragment of the immortal-level superbrain. This was clearly a deliberate reminder and emphasis. This alone was enough to show the value and importance of this Dongshu Void Fragment. Judging from the name, it should be a cultivation method, but it was a fragment. Even so, the system's evaluation of its value was still the highest level, immeasurable. Could it really be a starry sky treasure? Yixian's eyes immediately swept to the wall on the right side of the lobby. There was an auction panel there. After searching for a while, he found the Dongshu Void Fragment. However, the information about this item on the panel was extremely simple. Could even be said that there was no information at all. There were only a few words: cultivation method, fragment. In addition, there was only information about the auction of this item. There was no indication of the reserve price, only the time and place of the auction. It was at 8 o'clock tonight at the Sky River Auction Center. A starry sky treasure, of course, could not be missed. Yixian immediately sent out a strand of his soul imprint again and paid a deposit of 10 million star coins. This was also the qualification to enter the Sky River Auction Center. There were now two choices in front of him. The first was to bid first, come back here after the auction, complete the transaction of the Immortal Great Starry Sky Superbrain and the Purple Lightning Shuttle, and then leave quickly. The second was to complete the transaction of the two treasures first, and then immediately hand over the Purple Lightning Shuttle and the Hidden Soul Shuttle to the system for fusion. Calculating the time, the third fusion should be completed before the end of the auction at night. In this way, whether it was because he exposed himself during the transaction of the two treasures and attracted the attention of others, or because of other accidents during the subsequent auction, Yixian could immediately take out his battleship and leave quickly after leaving the Sky River planet and entering the void of the Star River outside. The Purple Lightning Shuttle was a top-grade battleship with a speed formation engraved on it. After the third fusion, the new battleship would definitely be greatly improved in terms of speed. No matter how powerful the masters who targeted him were, Yixian would have a certain chance of escaping. After some consideration, Yixian turned around and walked toward the exchange and delivery hall. He chose to first fuse his battleship 3 times. Although there was a chance that he would be targeted in advance, the increased speed of his battleship would obviously outweigh the disadvantages. There were also many Federation masters in the exchange and delivery hall. There were definitely more than 100 of them, but even so, there was still a long line in front of each window. Here, any window could complete the final transaction of a reservation and exchange. Yixian found a window with fewer people and waited. After about half an hour, the people in front of him finally completed their transactions, but behind Yixian, there were many new masters in line. At this moment, Yixian did not notice that one of the figures had already appeared not far away when he first took out the star core crystals to exchange for star coins. This person's appearance was not astonishing. He belonged to the type that would be difficult to recognize once he was thrown into the crowd. However, the light in his eyes was rather sharp. From time to time, he would vaguely glance in Yixian's direction. It was obvious that he'd long since had his eyes on him. "May I ask if you have any transactions to complete? If you do, please imprint a strand of your divine sense on this memory terminal crystal. The system will identify it and retrieve the items you have exchanged." The staff at the window was still a beautiful robot. At this moment, as she reminded him, she raised her hand and pointed to the side of the window counter. There was a semi-transparent crystal the size of a fist there, presumably the so-called system memory terminal crystal. Although Yixian found it a little novel, he did not show it on his face. He nodded slightly and sent a strand of his divine sense over. In the window, the beautiful robot's voice quickly sounded again. "You have exchanged 2 treasures. One of them costs 10 million star coins, and you have already paid 1 million in advance. The other item costs 10 million star coins, and you have already paid 1 million in advance. The other item costs 10 million in advance for 1 cubic meter of level 6 blue star core origin. Chapter 26:19. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhao Long's way of making money. As the beautiful robot's pleasant voice rang out from the window, the people behind Yixian, as well as in front of the windows to his left and right, all exclamations could be heard. Heavens, this guy is so rich. A single exchange is worth tens of millions of star coins. I haven't earned as much as he did 10 times over the past few years. What's the big deal about star coins? Didn't you hear that the exchange was done in physical form of star core origin? My bro, you're so awesome. Instead of keeping the star core origin for cultivation, you're actually using it for an exchange. How extravagant is that? Humph, you might think it's extravagant, but that might not necessarily be the case. Didn't you hear the exact amount and grade of the star core origin he handed over? Level 6 blue, 1 cubic meter. 1 cubic meter? Heavens! I haven't seen that many blue level 6 star cores in my entire life. He's not deliberately causing trouble, is he? He doesn't look that impressive, and his cultivation realm isn't that high either. He doesn't look like someone who can take out a single cubic meter of blue level 6 star core origin. Following the sound of these discussions, the other windows on both sides immediately turned their attention to them. Gasps could be heard from time to time, and this small area gradually became noisy. Yixian's expression quickly darkened. He had expected to attract attention, but he didn't expect it to be so big. If this continued, the situation would only worsen. This time, he didn't dare to take out the 1 cubic meter of blue level 6 star core origin directly. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a commotion. The effect of a concept in one's mind and seeing the real thing with one's own eyes were completely different. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten to exchange for a few star core pouches. It was obviously not wise to return to the exchange hall now. With a bitter smile, Yixian could only ask the beautiful robot at the window for help. I'm sorry. I've used up all my star core pouches. Can I borrow one? Of course, every window has a star core pouch prepared. This is because there are situations like this where the exchange of star core origin happens occasionally. The female robot nodded. She raised her hand and handed a star core pouch out of the window. Yixian thanked him and put away the planetary core pouch. Then, with a thought, he took out a cube of blue level 6 planetary core origin from the hidden god shuttle within his immortal world and transferred it into the planetary core pouch. After that, he took out the pouch again and passed it to the beautiful robot at the window. The quantity is correct. The grade is correct. Congratulations. The transaction is complete. The system has already returned the remaining 1 million star coins. Please check. The female robot checked the amount of star core origin in the star core pouch and quickly confirmed it. As she spoke, her right hand was already pressing a green button on the table in front of her. With a flash of light, a palm-sized spatial box appeared on the right side of the empty table. Inside it should be the 2 treasures that Yixian had exchanged for. They had been teleported here from the warehouse. The value of this spatial box was not high. It was considered a low-grade storage treasure for commoners. The female robot directly handed it out of the window. Clearly, she had no intention of taking it back. It was a free gift for this transaction. Yixian reached out and took it. He did not dare to examine it in front of everyone. He flipped his hand and sent the spatial box into his immortal world. Then he turned around and left. There were still a few hours before 8 p.m. However, there were too many people in this area. Yixian decided to enter the Heavenly River Auction Center early. After all, it was not a place that anyone could enter. One had to pay at least 10 million star coins to enter. After leaving the huge floating platform where the Federation Exchange Hall was located, Yixian immediately used the devouring system to check the location of the Heavenly River Auction Center. Then, with a flash of his body, he headed straight for it. At the same time, after Yixian left, the small commotion in the exchange hall quickly returned to order. Only a few voices were still discussing this matter. However, if one were to pay attention, one would notice that right after Yixian left, 4 or 5 people who were originally waiting in line suddenly left and hurriedly walked out of the exchange hall. Among them was the unprepossessing young man who had been waiting behind Yixian. Although this person's appearance was not outstanding, his cultivation was not weak. He was already at level 7 core state, 2 whole levels higher than Yi Xian. As for his identity, it was no small matter on the Heavenly River planet. It was just that no one knew about it. After leaving the exchange hall, the young man did not immediately leave. Instead, he found a secluded place on the huge floating platform. After seeing that there was no one around, he raised his hand and threw out a few array flags. He set up a simple isolation array that could only hide images and sound in a small area. After doing all this, the young man in the array raised his hand and gently stroked the ring on his left middle finger. This ring was actually his personal internet terminal. In the human race's technological camp, personal internet terminals had long been diversified. It could be a ring, a pen, or even a button or pin that was nailed to clothes. With a flash of light, a 5-dimensional, 3-dimensional virtual screen appeared in front of him. The young man casually tapped a few buttons on the screen, searched for some information, and then turned on the communication device. In less than 2 seconds, the virtual screen flashed, and a half-body image appeared. However, only half of the face could be seen. The other party had a square face, middle-aged, and had a very strong aura. He was wearing a Federation military uniform, and his military rank was terrifying. He was actually a major general. In the Tianchen country, the rank of major general was sufficient to assume the position of commanding general of any other administrative planets other than the Tianchen star. The Federation's commanding general of the Tianhe star, Zhao Long, was a major general. In fact, the Federation's major general who appeared in the virtual screen of the young man's personal terminal was Zhao Long General. We found a big fish today. The young man's face was already full of flattery, and even his waist was slightly bent. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his voice. That kid should be a hothead who just arrived at the Heavenly River planet. First, he threw out a few hundred cubes of stellar core crystals in public and exchanged them for more than 1 billion star coins. Then, he went to the exchange hall and exchanged 2 treasures. One was for 10 million star coins, and the other was for 1 cube of a level 6 blue stellar core origin. I suspect that he still has a lot of stellar core origin on him, and its grade is definitely not low. This kind of fat sheep is hard to come by in 100 years, General. Before the young man could finish, Zhao Long's cold and emotionless voice came from the virtual screen in front of him. Where is he? He should have gone to the Heavenly River Auction Center. I can check with the spies we planted in the exchange hall. He paid a deposit of 10 million star coins. Chapter 2620. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations' third fusion activation on the Heavenly River planet. Zhao Long was the only one who could make Bai Zhengjun fear him. His authority was monstrous. However, as a major general of the Federation, he had his own worries. This worry was that although he had a lot of authority, he couldn't turn it into his own power and benefits. The military discipline of the Everlasting Dynasty was extremely strict. No one dared to do something like embezzlement. Once the higher-ups found out, the consequences were unimaginable. Therefore, even though Zhao Long was already a major general, stationed on an administrative planet, and received an astronomical amount of military funds every year, he didn't dare to act rashly on these funds. In the Heavenly Dust Nation, all the financial officials of the military branches on the administrative planets were independent. They reported directly to the military headquarters on the Heavenly Dust planet. Therefore, although Zhao Long had military power, he didn't have enough. Of course, as a major general was considered a high-ranking official in the Federation, Zhao Long's annual salary was still very generous. It was enough for his cultivation and other expenses. If it was a normal person, it would be enough. However, Zhao Long was different. Not only was his family located on the Heavenly Dust planet, the capital of the Heavenly Dust Nation, but even on the Heavenly Dust planet, they were considered a first-class noble family. Such large families usually had a lot of people. In Zhao Long's generation, there were hundreds of direct descendants, and more than half of them were males. To Zhao Long, these cousins were all his future competitors for the position of the head of the Zhao family. With hundreds of males, it was naturally impossible for all of them to be outstanding. If Zhao Long was one of those mediocre people, There would be no need to compete at all because the chances were slim. However, he happened to be one of the top few among the hundreds of males in the Zhao family. Since that was the case, how could he not compete for the position of the head of the family? The human race of the Starry Era had left behind too many profound lessons. Basically, there was no such thing as feudal and pedantic thinking. The larger the family and power, the stricter and harsher the system. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to maintain the power to continue. For a first-rate aristocratic family like the Zhao family, the younger generation had to be independent once they reached adulthood. Of course, they could also choose to enjoy the family's resources for free and live a normal life. No one would stop them. However, if they wanted to fight for hegemony, they had to go out. The family would not provide any resources to support them. If they had the ability, they had to prove themselves. Zhao Long and a dozen other cousins who had the potential to compete for the position of patriarch were all like this. Therefore, even though the Zhao family was powerful and wealthy in the Tianchun kingdom, Zhao Long didn't receive much resources from the family. Everything he needed to fight for the position of patriarch had to be obtained by himself. Of course, Zhao Long had many ways to make money. Although the occasional robbery by turning soldiers into bandits was only one of them, this kind of business without any capital would either not start, or once it started, the profits would be extremely shocking. In the Heavenly River planet, Zhao Long had a large number of trusted subordinates who were like men of sacrifice. They were scattered everywhere as spies to find targets for him. The young man who was in the video call with him was one of them. The area he was in charge of was the floating platform where the exchange hall of the Heavenly River Planet Federation was located. I can give you double the usual authority. You can choose the people you need. There is only one requirement, and that is that this matter must be completed. After a short silence, Zhao Long spoke again in the virtual screen. This time, that idiot from the Bai family has caused a big mess. This is the best time to overthrow him and seize the position of patriarch of the Heavenly River planet. However, the Bai family is not without foundation in the Heavenly Dust planet. Old Man Bai has indeed given birth to a good son who holds an important position in the capital. If we want to use this opportunity to overthrow him, we must put in a lot of effort in the operation. And those old bastards in the capital have always had a big appetite. I'm afraid that ordinary things won't be able to move them. Today, this prey can throw out a pile of level 6 blue star core sources, and it is very likely that there are even higher quality star cores. These things are exactly what I need right now. It is related to the success or failure of the Zhao family's patriarch competition. Do you understand? The young man who called himself Zhou Hong was terrified. He quickly lowered his head and said, "General, rest assured. Zhou Hong understands. I will do my best to complete this task. If there is any mistake, I will bring my head to you." When he raised his head again, Zhao Long's figure on the virtual screen in front of him had disappeared. Zhou Hong let out a light breath and clenched his fists fiercely. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I thought it was just a slightly fat lamb as usual. I didn't expect this matter to be related to the battle for the position of the patriarch of the general's family. He. Once the general overthrows Bai Zhengjun and replaces him with someone from the Zhao family, not only will he be able to earn a lot of money in the future, he will also have made a great contribution to the Zhao family. The patriarch position will no longer be a problem. When that time comes, Zhou Hong, will be the most outstanding person. In the future, there will definitely be a place for me in the upper echelons of the Zhao family. Ding! Discovered Purple Lightning Shuttle, a top-grade formation battleship. Fusion requirements met. Will you fuse it? In his mind, the notification of the devouring system sounded. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply. Soon, the Soul Concealment Shuttle and Purple Lightning Shuttle in his body disappeared at the same time. A large amount of planetary core origin in the former's cabin was moved out and stored in Yi Xian's undying world. Of course, as the energy required for the devouring system, Yi Xian deliberately left behind a cubic meter of level 5 red planetary core origin. It should be enough. After a short while, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Fusion energy absorption complete. Third fusion beginning. Progress 1. At this point, Xian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he wanted to check with the system to see if the Immortal Star Super Brain Fragment could be used immediately and activate the system's star-level communication system. However, at this moment, a vast land appeared in front of him. The auction center of the Heavenly River planet was near the coastal area. He was about to reach it. Therefore, Xian could only put this matter aside for the time being. With a thought, he moved his body and quickly landed in the center of the Heavenly River planet. Compared to the ocean area, the land of the Heavenly River planet was more prosperous and lively. Huge buildings were everywhere. Even the most inconspicuous building had hundreds of floors. A large number of shuttles were intertwined at low altitude. It was like the Milky Way dazzling the eyes. However, in an area near the coastal area, there was a huge castle-shaped building that seemed a little isolated and out of place. There were few other buildings in the surrounding dozens of miles. Instead, large commercial shuttles were everywhere. At a glance, the whole area was like a special holiday resort. This castle-shaped building was the Heavenly River Auction Center. It was the only official auction organization of the Heavenly River planet. It was a super-large indoor venue with a huge space and a large number of seats. Chapter 26-21. Translator, Transin Editor. Transengene cultivation fluid. The interior of the Tianhe Auction Center was like a huge indoor gymnasium. In the center was an extremely spacious auction platform, surrounded by a ring of stair-like seats. There were many levels to the seats. The lower half was open while the upper half was private rooms. Of course, even the dozens of open seats below were actually very luxurious. Not only were there comfortable animal skin sofas, but the space between each seat was also very wide. Those who could come to this level of auction were all distinguished guests, and it was impossible to have a scene of a swarm of people sitting together. Bidders who entered the auction center could choose to sit in the lower dozens of open seats or enter the upper private rooms. However, the private rooms were all locked. Before entering, one needed to scan the identity of the bidder. On the one hand, it was to confirm the bidder's identity. On the other hand, it was to charge a fee. No matter how many people entered each private room, it would cost 1 million star coins. It was still early at the moment. There were still 4 hours before the auction began, so the auction center was deserted. There was almost no one in sight. Xian went straight to the upper floor and chose a private room that was closer to the eastern entrance. After handing over his divine sense imprint and paying the huge fee of 1 million star coins, he stepped in. Behind him, the door of the private room closed automatically. Moreover, there was a prompt from the auction center system, indicating that as long as someone had entered, unless the person in the private room handed over his divine sense imprint to open the door, no matter how powerful the person was, they could not force their way in from the outside, unless their cultivation had reached a terrifying level where they could ignore the overall defense array of the auction center. Basically, they had to be at least a legendary existence who was qualified to enter the Federation ranking list. After hearing the prompt, Xian felt relieved. He examined the situation in the private room, then walked to the large animal skin sofa in the middle and sat down cross-legged. The entire private room was more than 100 square meters. Not only was there a comfortable animal skin sofa, there were even drinks, food, spirit fruits, and the like on one side. In front of the sofa was a tea table with buttons, one red and one green. Xian reached out and pressed a button. The green button did not respond, but when he pressed the red button, a huge 5-dimensional virtual screen immediately appeared in front of the tea table. It was the scene of the central auction area below. After familiarizing himself with the private room, Xian checked the fusion progress of the system again. He could not help but feel slightly disappointed. An hour had passed, and the third fusion progress was still 1%. It seemed that it would take at least 2 days to complete the fusion. Taking advantage of this free time, Xian inquired about the situation of the immortal-level superbrain fragment from the devouring system. The response he received once again disappointed him. According to the reply of the devouring system, although Xian only obtained a fragment of a corner, it was still completely possible to activate the system's starry sky-level independent communication. But there were 2 prerequisites. First, the fragment had to be stripped from an immortal star superbrain. Second, the fragment had to still be active. The former was not a problem, but the latter, the fragment in Yi Xian's hand, clearly did not meet these requirements. Although it was indeed dropped from an immortal star superbrain that had withered and withered, according to the devouring system's appraisal result, although this superbrain fragment had not completely withered, it was now in a state of deep sleep. It was only a matter of time before it completely withered away. Of course, if there was no way to save it, the devouring system would not recommend Yi Xian to exchange for it. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to find a nourishing liquid that could revive this superbrain fragment. He needed to continuously provide it and soak it in it. After a long time, it could be used after it recovered its activity. Although the star superbrain could be used as the data processing center of the star network after some processing, and its effect was excellent. Not only was it stable, but it was also almost indestructible. However, it was not a man-made object created by the human race in the star era. It was actually a strange species that existed between living matter and non-living matter, just like the Taisui fungus on Earth. However, its level was obviously billions of times higher. It was not at the same level at all. In the Immortal Dynasty, the star superbrain of any administrative planet required a large amount of nourishing liquid when it was used. Chapter 26-22. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What I want comes. Yi Xian pressed the red button on the coffee table in front of him, and the huge five-dimensional virtual screen immediately appeared. Through the screen, he could see that the auction hall below was already filled with people. At this moment, more than 60% of the seats around the auction platform were occupied. There were at least 10,000 people. Although the situation in the private rooms above could not be seen, it was estimated that there would be a lot of people. An official auction of an administrative planet with a starry sky background, this was indeed extraordinary. Soon, it was 8 o'clock, and the auction officially began. On the originally empty central auction platform below, a teleportation array flashed, and then a few figures appeared, along with a large circular table. Behind the circular table, a huge five-dimensional virtual screen appeared. It was clearly for the bidders on the dozens of open seats below to see. At the same time, the virtual screen in front of Yi Xian also changed, splitting into two. On the left was the image of the auction hall below, and on the right was a list that could be scrolled down. The vertical bar on the right showed a number, 16,380. This was obviously the total number of auction items that would appear in this auction, more than 10,000 items. This was actually very normal. Although it would take at least a few days for all 10,000 items to be auctioned off, which of the powerhouses in the starry sky background did not have a long lifespan? A few days was really nothing. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. His personal battleship would need at least 2 days to complete the third fusion. Even if he'd already obtained the incomplete Dongshu chapter, he wouldn't be able to leave right now. Soon, the auction officially began. There were a total of 5 figures on the central auction platform below. Standing in the main seat was an old man with a gentle face. His identity should be the auctioneer, and the 4 behind him were the female robots who acted as his assistants. Welcome to the Heavenly River Auction Center. Everyone, I won't waste your time. Now let's begin the first auction item. Those who are interested can bid, but those who are not are free to look for other items. While speaking, the auctioneer reached out and tapped on the huge screen. The long list originally displayed disappeared, and the first item was enlarged. At the same time, various attributes and auction rules were displayed. This was a bell-shaped artifact with a base price of 50 million star coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 million star coins. Yi Xian was not interested in this auction item, and he also knew that in an auction like this, the real good items were usually at the end. Therefore, he withdrew his gaze, raised his hand, and tapped on the list of items on the right side of the big screen in the room, and slowly scrolled down. Yi Xian's house this time, he came to the Heavenly River Auction Center for the Dongshu fragment, but since he was already here, if he saw any useful treasures, he might as well bid. After all, the Heavenly River Star Coin C-Star. Was star he might as it? Among the more than 10,000 auction items, except for the first item that had entered the official auction, all the other auction items below the list only showed information about their specialties. As for the auction price or whether there were any other special requirements, obviously, they would not be shown at this time. They would have to wait until the auction officially started before they would know. Time passed slowly. Anyway, there were at least a few days, so Yi Xian was not in a hurry. Sometimes he would pay attention to the items being auctioned. The rest of the time, he would scroll down the list of items on the right side of the screen. Whenever he saw something interesting, he would tap on it and carefully check its attributes. After a few hours, the number of items that had entered the official bidding phase had reached the 367th item. The previous 366 items had all been sold. After all, the items that could enter this level of auction were definitely not ordinary items. There would definitely be people who needed them. Yi Xian had already scrolled down the list of items on the right side of the 5-dimensional virtual screen in the room and found more than 2,000 items. Among these 2,000 items, there were many good things. There was even a small private battleship that had an advantage in speed. Its attributes were very tempting to Yi Xian. However, because he already had a top-grade purple lightning shuttle and was in the process of fusing with it, the same type of battleship was no longer suitable for Yi Xian. Furthermore, although the speed of these battleships wasn't small, they still couldn't compare to the purple lightning shuttle that had a speed formation engraved on it. Thus, until now, Yi Xian hadn't seen a single treasure that truly moved him and aroused his interest in bidding. As for the Dongshu fragment, he did not see it either. Treasures of that level should be coming later, so Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He slowly browsed through the list. At the same time, while he browsed through the list, Yi Xian began to think about the 4th fusion of the battleship. The private battleship, the Flying Star Shuttle, which was gifted to him by the devouring system after it was upgraded to the Starry Sky level, was undergoing its 3rd fusion. The first time, he obtained the concealment array from the White Scoundrel's dust concealment warship. The second time, he obtained the energy shield of the defense system and the star cannon of the attack system from the Baldisu's God of Fortune. And the third time, he was about to obtain the speed array of the purple lightning shuttle. After these 3 fusions, the originally ordinary Flying Star Shuttle was definitely the best of the best. It was estimated that very few small private battleships could be so perfect. So what should he choose for the 4th fusion? Yi Xian thought of the teleportation array. Of course, this was also because he had seen the auctioneer and the 4 female robot assistants in the auction hall below using the teleportation array. That was why he had suddenly come up with this idea. Obviously, on the Sky River planet, this kind of short-distance teleportation array inside the administrative planet had long been used on a large scale. For example, in the exchange hall, including this private room, all the items exchanged or auctioned were transmitted through small directional teleportation arrays. The reason why Yi Xian had tentatively decided to use the teleportation array for the 4th fusion of the battleship was actually to prevent any accidents from happening. Yes, Starry Sky level masters could teleport, but in the vast universe there were a large number of space cracks, so teleportation was not a very safe thing to do. And inside the administrative planet, because of the suppression of the power of the planet's defense array, the space was condensed, so ordinary masters could not teleport. Therefore, whether it was inside the administrative planet or in the vast universe outside the planet, the only thing that was truly safe was the directional or non-directional teleportation array. If his private battleship could have this kind of teleportation function, in case he encountered a special crisis and could not escape, he could still leave through the teleportation array. He could even take the battleship with him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a rush of excitement. However, a battleship branded with a teleportation array was even rarer than one branded with a concealment array. It was probably extremely difficult to find one. Chapter 26-23. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin A lot of lice don't feel itchy lot number 3467. Name. Shifting Star. Type. Small private warship. Properties. Advanced private warship. Engraved teleportation formation. Note. Damaged. Bidding base price? Every bid? Additional requirements? That was all the information displayed on this advanced small private warship called Shifting Star. The bidding base price and the like were all question marks and had not yet been made public. What attracted Yi Xian was the description of its properties. This was actually a private warship engraved with a teleportation formation, which was the best choice for Yi Xian's 4th fusion. The only pity was that the teleportation formation engraved on the Shifting Star seemed to be damaged. Since it was damaged, it could not be used unless it was repaired. But even so, Yi Xian still decided to buy it. Small private warships engraved with formations were rare to begin with, and those engraved with formations and teleportation formations were even rarer. Even if it was a damaged warship, since he had encountered it, he should buy it. At least there was a chance to repair it. Otherwise, he did not know when he would encounter another warship of the same type again. In this way, there were a total of 2 treasures that he intended to buy this time. One was the Dongshu fragment and the other was this shifting star. The value of these 2 treasures was estimated to be no small matter. Compared to the purple lightning shuttle, they were definitely not inferior. In this way, as long as Yi Xian made a move, regardless of whether he could buy it in the end, the fact that he had a large amount of star core origin on him would most likely be exposed once or twice again. The probability of being targeted would greatly increase, and the sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. But now that things had come to this, he did not care anymore. He was not afraid of being bitten when there were so many lice. Anyway, since he had already taken the lead, he might as well go all out and get as many things as he could. As long as he could escape, he would not be able to come back to Sky River Star in a short time. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and memorized the auction serial number of the moving star. He then began to flip through the auction list again. Half a day later, when the 3000th rank starshift was about to enter the official auction, Yi Xian finally finished reading the entire auction list. There were more than 10,000 items. As long as he was slightly interested, he would click on them to take a closer look. Now that the auction items had been confirmed, he had already memorized the serial numbers of all of them. A total of 4 pieces. That was to say, in addition to the Dimension Void Fragment and S. Moving Star, he had his eyes on 2 other treasures. Basically, it could be said that the later the auction items were, the higher their value would be. And the item that Yi Xian had his eyes on was after the Shifting Star, which was numbered more than 3,400. It was enough to show its value. Of course, among all the auction items he had his eyes on, the last one was actually the Dongshu chapter, which was number 10,876. Of course, this did not mean that the items after number 10,876 were necessarily more valuable than the Dongshu chapter. The key was that it was a fragment. In addition, the devouring system could identify and assess that it was a Starry Sky level treasure. But the appraisers of the Tianhe Star Auction Center might not be able to identify it. While he was pondering, the bidding for the 3,467th item finally began. The auctioneer's voice was heard by Yi Xian through the sound transmission system in the box. The 3,467th item is a small private battleship named Moving Star. Its attribute is that of an ordinary high-class private warship, and it is engraved with a teleportation array. However, this teleportation array is damaged and can no longer be used. Otherwise, such a warship would not appear in today's auction, and it would also be listed as a top-grade warship. Although it's a bit of a pity, it's actually not very good as a collector's item. The starting bid is 200 million star coins, and each bid increment must not be less than 5 million. There are no other additional requirements. Interested friends can start bidding now. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Not only was there no sound of a bid, but there was also no movement on the virtual screen. By the way, the people in the box could directly bid through the sound transmission system or directly transmit their Divine Sense imprint to the virtual screen to bid. Now that there was no response from the virtual screen, it meant that the bidders in the box were not interested in this item either. This item, which was ranked more than 3,400, was likely to be the first item to go unsold. This was actually very normal. Who could come to this auction venue without a private battleship that they were satisfied with? Although this Shifting Star was a battleship with a transmission array, the array was already damaged, so what was the use of it? Spending 200 million star coins to buy a battleship only as a collector's item was more or less impossible. Of course, a damaged formation could be repaired, but those who had the ability to do so were all refiners from the cultivation camp. Moreover, they had to be refiners who were proficient in formations. If he could hire such a person, he might as well engrave a formation on his personal battleship instead of repairing it. In short, it was too weak and the starting bid was too high, so it could not move people at all. 2 minutes passed, and there was still no sound. Yi Xian was still waiting, but he thought that he would miss out if this item really went unsold. So he sent out a divine sense imprint and bid the same starting bid of 200 million star coins. Soon, the huge virtual screen below displayed the information of Yi Xian's bid, which surprised some people. In the dozens of open seats below, many people cast their gazes toward Yi Xian's box, but they did not pay too much attention to it. 200 million star coins was indeed a lot, but it was not too shocking for the experts who could enter this auction venue. The result was no surprise. Yi Xian was the only one who bid. This round of bidding ended quickly, and a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. 200 million star coins had been deducted. The sound transmission system in the box also notified Yi Xian that the transaction had been successful. If he was willing to accept it now, he could press the green button on the coffee table in front of him at any time. When the time came, the battleship would be transported in a space box. Sure enough, it was a teleportation array. Only the Heavenly River Planet's officials had the ability to suppress the planet's defensive array on this planet. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Yi Xian immediately pressed the green button, and soon, a space box appeared. Yi Xian took it in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was indeed a black battleship inside, he was relieved. He did not admire it immediately, and he kept it in his undying world. Following that, Yi Xian asked tentatively, "May I ask if I can take out an item and entrust it to your auction house for auction?" Of course, I'm referring to this auction. It can be added in halfway or at the end, and not the next auction. Chapter 26-24. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Uproar. Entrusting an auction is a normal business, but adding a new item to an auction that is already underway is not allowed under normal circumstances. The AI female voice of the auction mainframe rang out from the sound transmission system in the room, replying to Yi Xian's question. However, if it is a rare treasure, it is not impossible to add it in temporarily, but there is a condition. The original 10% commission has to be doubled, and this commission has to be paid regardless of whether the auction is successful or not. Yi Xian frowned and asked again, in other words, if I put an item up for auction that is valued at 100 million, then I have to pay 20 million at the start of the auction, and this 20 million, regardless of whether the auction is successful or not, will not be refunded? Yes. But the condition is that the item you want to auction is indeed rare. Otherwise, let alone 20%, even if it is doubled, we will not accept it. In other words, the rules could be broken, but if they wanted to break the rules, there had to be enough benefits. If the item was not valuable, how much could the 20% commission be? Yi Xian was well aware of this point. He cursed in his heart, then asked, "One last question. What if the value of the item cannot be estimated, or is inconvenient to estimate? This problem usually does not exist, but such situations have occurred before. To deal with these situations, we have set a limit. For all the items that cannot be estimated or are inconvenient to be sold, as long as the seller agrees, we will only charge 200 million as commission." 200 million star coins? Just for show? Yi Xian almost vomited blood when he heard this. This was too much. Even so, if he could restore the fragment of the immortal rank superbrain, and activate the star rank independent communication system attached to the devouring system, then he would not need to go through the various superbrains of the superbrain. He would be able to connect to the next level of the star network or even the higher level of the star network. At that time, the information he would receive would undoubtedly increase exponentially, and he would not have to worry about the possibility of finding the devouring source. Therefore, after complaining for a while, Yi Xian finally took out a level 9-colored star core origin from his undying world and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Star core origin could be absorbed by the experts of both the cultivation and technology factions to increase their strength, so it was very popular. However, it was usually only level 1 to level 7. In fact, level 7 purple ones were very rare. Level 8, level 9, and level 9-colored ones were considered legends. Although they were not unheard of, they were extremely rare. Besides, the higher the level of the star core origin, the more the star core origin, the lower the star core origin, the effect. For example, Yi star core origin was at the level but the effect was when he absorbed level 1 white star core. However, as one reached higher levels, the effect would become weaker and weaker. When one reached the 8th level of the Starry Sky realm, which was the black hole realm, even level 3 or level 4 star core origins would be completely useless, let alone level 1 white ones. What they needed was at least level 5 red star core origin. This was why Yi Xian decided to take out a level 9, 9-colored one. His fragment of the immortal rank superbrain required level 8 and above gene cultivation fluid to restore its vitality, and the more he had, the less he had. This was because such things were also consumables. Who knew how long it would take to soak in them? In the Immortal Dynasty, only a dozen or so bottles of level 9 gene cultivation fluid could be produced in a year, and they were only the size of oral fluids. There might be a lot more level 8 gene cultivation fluid, but it was also considered a rare item. If one did not take out something of the same level, it was basically impossible to trade for it. Yi Xian even wondered if anyone on the Sky River planet had level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Of course, the other administrative planets might not have it, but the Heavenly River planet was close to the domain of the buried meteorites. Experts from various races of the Federation had gathered there to obtain the star core origin. The proportion of foreign experts here was quite high. Therefore, it was still possible to obtain level 8 gene cultivation fluids. In order to activate the Starry Sky independent communication system of the devouring system, Yi Xian did not hesitate, even if it was very dangerous. During the last crazy excavation, Yi Xian had excavated 2 cubic meters of level 8 black star core origin. The top-notch level 9, 9-colored star core origin was in pieces the size of a fist. There were 108 pieces in total. He had only taken out one piece, so he did not feel the pinch. At this moment, the AI female voice of the auction center's mainframe gave an estimate. Level 9, 9-colored star core origin? This is indeed a rare legendary item, and its value is immeasurable. Please keep the treasure and state your trade request. If you agree, the system will automatically deduct 200 million from your account. At the same time, you will be notified of the auction immediately. If the bid is successful, please take out the treasure to trade. I agree. Yi Xian nodded and put the star core origin back into his undying world. He continued, I will only trade my 9-colored star core origin for one item, and the quantity has to match its value. If it is too little, I will have to add other treasures. Also, I have the right to choose. This item is a level 8 gene cultivation fluid. On the central auction platform, the next item to be auctioned after the moving star had just been auctioned. The auctioneer was about to announce the next item, but the virtual screen behind him flickered. A beam of light shot out and entered the auctioneer's forehead, causing his expression to change instantly. Sorry for the delay, but there is a last-minute item that has been added to the auction. Due to the special request of the auctioneer, and the fact that this item was not in the previous list of items, we have decided to release the information first so that interested bidders can have sufficient time to prepare. This item will be auctioned last. After taking a deep breath, the auctioneer's expression quickly returned to normal, but there was a faint tremor in his voice. It was obvious that he was greatly shocked. This auction item is a legendary treasure. It's a fist-sized level 9 9-colored planetary core origin. It's full of energy and is of the highest quality. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the entire auction hall was in an uproar, and it was completely shaken. What? A level 9, 9-colored star core origin? And it is of the highest quality with full energy? The Sky River star can reproduce such a thing? Have I arrived at the Imperial Capital's immortal star? Even on the immortal star, this item is rare. Okay, I don't know who it is, but who would be so generous? Stop nagging, quickly state your bid. This star core origin is mine. If you are not in the black hole realm, don't compete with me. Chapter 26-25. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Starry Sky Meteoric Iron Essence. The auctioneer was not surprised at all by the commotion in the auction house. In fact, it would be strange if there was no commotion when an item of this level appeared. After everyone stopped talking, the auctioneer coughed softly and continued. The item requested by the friend who commissioned this auction is a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. Of course, the amount must match the value of this star core origin. If the amount is not enough, other treasures can be added as compensation. The client will decide whether to trade or not. This time, when the auctioneer finished speaking, although there was no more commotion in the auction house, there was a wave of gasps. A level 8 genetic cultivation fluid? It was possible to find such a thing on the capital planet, but how could it be found on the administrative planet of a small country like the Heavenly River planet? The energy consumed by the Starry Sky superbrain on the administrative planet was only a level 5 genetic cultivation fluid. Although there might be a level 5 genetic cultivation fluid, it was at most a level 7 genetic cultivation fluid. Then, sighs of disappointment rang out one after another. The Black Hole Realm old man, who claimed to be determined to win, was stunned for a moment. His expression quickly darkened, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything else. The atmosphere in the auction house quickly returned to normal, and the auctioneer began the official bidding for the next item. On the surface, it seemed that the commotion caused by the level 9 colored star core origin had passed, but in fact, everyone knew that there was a turbulent current surging in the dark. Even in the open seating area below, many experts lowered their heads and turned on their personal communication terminals. They were either contacting each other to see if they could get their hands on the level 8 genetic cultivation fluid or making other arrangements. As for the private rooms above, needless to say, they were even more excited. In one of the private rooms was Zhou Hong, who had been eyeing Yi Xian since the Heavenly River Planet Federation's Exchange Hall platform. He had also turned on his personal communication terminal and contacted Zhao Long again. What's going on? Did something happen? As soon as Zhao Long's half-body image appeared, he frowned unhappily. Great news, General. A legendary item has appeared in the auction. It's a level 9 colored star core origin the size of a fist, and it's full of energy. I suspect that it was that kid who commissioned the auction. He's not in the public area, and I've checked the client. It was indeed someone in the private room area who commissioned the auction. What? A level 9 colored star core origin? Zhao Long's tone suddenly became urgent. No matter what, you must get it. It doesn't matter if it's that kid or not, he can't escape. He can't escape. Have you made the arrangements to targets? No problem, General. This time, we have arranged double the usual forces outside Sky River Star. As long as he goes out, he will not be able to escape unless he hides in Sky River Star forever. Is of D asterisk eminent. Zhao Long's expression changed, and he immediately cursed. Although I can get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid from the Heavenly Dust Star, if I want to send it over in a short time, I have to use the Heavenly River Planet Star Teleportation Array, which requires the authorization of the Superbrain. Bai Zhengjun will not agree. He will most likely use this method to get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid from the Heavenly Dust Star, and then exchange it for the level 9 colored star core. Ha! Zhou Hong gasped. If Bai Zhengjun gets it, I'm afraid he'll send it to the capital. If that's the case, we won't be able to topple him this time, right? Speaking of this, Zhou Hong's heart turned cold. He felt a great sense of loss, as if he had missed a great opportunity for glory and wealth. If Bai Zhengjun gets his hands on the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, we can't do anything to him. With my status, I can't do anything to him on the Heavenly River planet. Zhao Long's tone gradually became gloomy. But it's not completely hopeless. This level 9 colored star core was probably taken out by the kid you're watching. If he can take out one, he must have more on him. As long as we can take him down, what's the point of Bai Zhengjun getting a mere level 9 colored star core? Wise. You're wise, General. Zhou Hong saw hope again. He was not in the mood to stay in the auction hall any longer. He immediately said, "Then there's no time to lose. General, I'll go out and make arrangements now. As long as that kid leaves the Heavenly River planet, we will succeed." At the same time, in Bai Zhengjun's luxurious official residence on the Heavenly River planet, Bai Zhengjun, who had just received the news, suddenly exclaimed, "What? A level 9 colored star core? And it's full of energy? Ha ha ha, God is helping me. We don't have to worry about this crisis anymore. No matter what Xiaolong does, a level 9 colored star core will be enough to destroy his scheme. Contact the heavenly dust planet immediately. Tell my son to get some level 8 gene cultivation fluid no matter what. Also, use the stellar teleportation formation to send it over as soon as possible. In addition, apply to the heavenly river planet's supercomputer for permission to use the stellar teleportation formation. Of course, only teleporting items, not life forms. It seems that I'll have to use another batch of level 5 gene cultivation fluid. But for that level 9 colored star core, this kind of energy consumption is worth it. The entire heavenly river star was in turmoil. Even the two leaders in charge of the military and political affairs, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, the commander-in-chief of the heavenly river star, were plotting against each other. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a day had passed. During this time, Yi Xian spent a total of 600 million star coins and finally succeeded in obtaining the second treasure he had set his sights on. At this point, there were only slightly more than 400 million star coins left of the original one. For billion star coins, he was spending money like water. This auction item was not a treasure, but a material. It was a starry sky level meteoric iron essence, which was also a rare grade item. However, because this material was used to fuse offensive magic weapons or defensive armors to enhance their grade, it was generally done by weapon refiners from the cultivation camp. This meteoric iron essence was very difficult to melt. Therefore, there were not many people in the technological camp who were interested in this kind of starry sky level material. Even so, just 4 fist-sized starry sky level meteoric iron essences cost Yi Xian a total of 600 million star coins. Each one was an average of 150 million star coins. Just from this alone, one could see how precious they were. At this point, there were only 2 treasures left that Yi Xian had set his sights on.